Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we got the bracket and everything up. I am Sqweeby. Today, I am joined by Monte. Well, actually, rather, Monte is joined by me today because he's the regular, and I'm making my triumphant return to the casting desk.
Just happy that I don't have to act as host and do all the production today, Sqweeby. You came in, you bailed me out. You're gonna let me kick back, relax a little bit, just focus more on the Legends of Runeterra, take a role similar to the one card gamer did for me yesterday. But I'm excited to cast alongside you once again. I'm excited for some good Legends of Runeterra today. We got some returning winners. Sonic, last night's winner's back. What am I? The winner from 2 nights ago is back. Doesn't look like Ferretto is playing today, unfortunately. We could have had 3 for 3, but still, lots of other great players in here as well. Grave Trail, Alexander, Friend of Zoe, all showing up again. Cameron Hanzo, Broken Ball both playing. Shodox signed up today as well. Prodigy is back once again. Lots of names that I recognize. It should be a great day of Legends of Runeterra.
It definitely should be. Are any of these names jumping out to you for people that you want to watch round one? I'm going to see who we can get.
I would love to get the Hanzo Broken Ball match if we can. I think that would be a fantastic one.
I definitely have Hanzo.
I think I have Broken Ball. I'm just trying to remember what his... Well, it'll be on the spreadsheet for me. B-Ball. Of course it's B-Ball.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for Hanzo now.
Hanzo's down at the bottom for you because he's WW.
Oh, I see. Yeah, true. I don't think Hanzo's in a game yet, so we have a couple minutes for that. But yeah, really strong field today, and a lot of stuff has been... I mean, the tournament meta after this new patch has just been all shaken up. A Scion coming back out of the woodwork with the new buff, putting up very strong results. A lot of people bringing Scion into this field now.
Yeah, so it's definitely a deck that's come back on my radar and one you could look to expect to see in my lineup article that should be out probably tomorrow.
Little sneak peek there.
Have to sit down and write it after this tournament. Gonna take some inspiration from these players. It's part of why I'm so eager to cast so many of them. Gotta figure out the meta faster than everybody else so that way I can help get it to you guys. And this is definitely an interesting meta to have landed ourselves in. The cast play changes have come through and enabled decks like this Heimer Ezreal one that we've seen pop up a lot quite frequently as well. Have you gotten a chance to try that deck out at all yourself, Squeebs?
Which deck?
This new Heimer Ezreal Bandle deck. It is very much a pile.
Yeah, I tried it out. I don't know. It was not really working for me. I think the concept is good. I don't know if I love the main deck Flame Choppers. It's like, does it want to be burn or does it want to be sort of like, removal control mixed in with burn? Sort of like it's like
it's a burn deck at the end of the day, right?
Yeah,
you want to get early board-based damage and then you want to shove through. It looks like this game is taking a while to start up, and we have a couple others that have already begun. So
we can jump into What Am I's game.
Sure. Let me see who he is playing against. Void. I definitely have Void as well. And I lied earlier. Ferretto is playing. I see.
Oh, okay, great.
Lied. So we have all three of the previous winners back today.
So let's jump into this game here on the side of What Am I, playing what looks to be the Draven Scion. No one of Vi in this list. And no one of Victor, which was being experimented as well. And then Void is on the Udyr Victor. Speaking of Victor, wow, this is going to be cool. This Udyr Victor deck I have not seen played yet. But Udyr Buff's going to be definitely playing a role in this match. Seeing the Urchin come down to block the Forge Chief.
You're kind of a good champ this time. After the buffs, he's been quite a bit better. And there was a deck like this floating around in the previous patch. It was another Skaithis pile. For those of you who don't know, Skaithis is a pretty reputable deck builder in the competitive scene, hailing from Oceania. He's an Australian player, and he is known for coming up with the most recent variation of Echo Zillion. Is a deck that you have certainly seen crop up at this point. That can be attributed to him. So he was playing something similar to this before the patch with Vi and a single Udyr. And now I guess this deck has morphed, it's adjusted, it's become what you see in front of you now, with the Victor as the main focus and the Ballistic Bots, of course, still being the backup. And with the stance changes and the Udyr buffs coming through, that card has been a lot more powerful in my experience as well. I'm definitely one I'm happy to see. That's a 6/5 Udyr coming from the side of... Oh, wait! I unplugged.
We have got the Twin Blade coming down, and now the Victor being played. I need to get that second-hand perspective.
Is it? Can I send it to you already? Should be there.
Okay, let me grab this.
Well, if we don't have the hand up for our viewers, the hand is currently an Udyr, a Poro Cannon, and an Elixir of Iron. And a Ballistic Bot was just drawn, and it's been buffed up by that Omen Hawk that we see on the board.
There we go. Yep, second hand is live.
Awesome. That's a Scout. That's a card that you're definitely happy to see here.
Wow, nice. Now any keyword that is rolled will effectively be doubled.
Udyr going to come down here, and this Udyr is pretty safe to attack in. It might die to a Mystic Shot or a Get Excited that we can see from the side of What Am I, but at that point, if it's going into your units and not into your face, you're pretty happy with that.
Oh, risking giving up the Udyr here.
Does have the Elixir of Iron, of course, to protect it.
Yeah, with that, you should be... Yeah, you're going to be safe. Doesn't have regen yet, but that is a high priority target that we want to remove from the side of What Am I.
And we'll see if Void decides to cast this stance here and perhaps give the Udyr regen, maybe deal 1 to everything. There's a lot of good options here. And looks like he is going to go ahead and cast the Boar stance and provide Udyr with that regen ability.
I like the side of What Am I waiting to play that Poro until the damage stance has been taken off of the table.
Yeah, Ram Stance is pretty powerful. Slow Speed Ice Shard, as it turns out, is a reasonably good card at clearing out X1 units, of which there are plenty on the side on What Am I's board. See what he opts to do now, and he's just going to continue to flood with the Flame Chompers.
Ooh, yeah, I like this line going for max pain, max damage here. Not going to be able to get in with these Fearsomes. They can be blocked out, but Farron being picked up on the side of What Am I is huge.
And yeah, this is really great from What Am I, using the Flame Chompers to pull the Udyr out of the way. Of course, that's going to give Void a stance, but it's going to mean that he guarantees to trade off this Ballistic Bot, something he'll be very, very happy to see happen.
So we do see Elixir of Iron being used there. Makes sense to keep that Victor alive. But now from the side of What Am I, we are pretty close to a lethal here.
Yes, we are. And that Victor can still go down to either the Get Excited or the Mystic Shot if he chooses to go after it. Might be a little bit risky, but we did see that Elixir of Iron come out. And there aren't very many cards left from the side of Void.
I like the progress they pick up. The other two cards didn't look all that strong, and in case you need to find that extra burn, that draw is going to come in clutch. So, gonna need to see Overwhelm here, I think, put onto the Victor next turn, and a lot of damage can be pushed that way.
Yeah, well, definitely the most likely option for What Am I to go for.
Yeah, the question here now is, like, you do need to remove that Victor. seeing the stance in hand, I mean, you got to imagine it has regen, and then it's going to be getting overwhelmed next turn.
I wonder if your Void, if the pass is offered, you just have to take it back immediately.
Yeah, I think you have to shoot it here. If you're not, you're losing on the open. So, or not on the open, but on that swing, you're not going to be able to remove it with that regen, buffing it back up to full health. And we see the overwhelm being put on Udyr here, quite strong, although doesn't have that scout keyword that Victor had, so it won't be quite as potent.
Let's find an ambush here, but unfortunately, without the bot, it's not going to be active. Still, I think it provides the damage anyways. Yep, it's the elusive that's conditional on that card. So we'll see if he opts to use it just for a couple extra points here, and instead, gonna keep it for a future turn. But that's a Scion, and that's very scary.
That is a leveled Scion. I've been playing a little bit of the Scion decks now, and mine has not been leveling on turn 7. Not sure if my draws have been bad, but a 40 attack, or like has seen 40 discarded and played, is quite a lot on turn 7. So this extra attack point here could be relevant.
Buffing discarded or played 26 with a 9 attack Scion, right?
Yeah.
Because it's 35, but yeah.
He was over, I'm saying he was over the amount by turn 7, 40.
Okay.
And mine have been like 20, 25.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Man, that's...
Yeah, I've been having some poor luck with my Scion hits.
That does sound... I think it's really dependent on whether or not you hit the Lost Soul, right? If you have the Lost Soul, that suddenly accelerates you so much faster because you can just trade it off and say, haha, like, deal with this infinite unit. Haha, deal with this infinite unit. And then discarding 5 at a time is really going to expedite that level up condition.
Yeah, what am I? I think his list is all in on the Lost Souls. It's on, I think, the full set of 3, where other people who are experimenting with different lists, maybe they're only putting it in as a one of. So you're kind of just guaranteeing that Scion level up with those ratios. And we have a big swing potential here with both the Farron and the Scion. Are we going to be able to stop this lethal this turn?
We do have access to... No, honestly, no, it doesn't matter what we do.
Don't kill Scion, so you don't get Rally. And then you're going down to 3 HP. So you're not dead this turn.
I'm going to 3. Guess doesn't want to die to a Get Excited on the clap back here. And can actually present a lethal of his own. What if I needs to top deck a second Mystic Shot here if he wants to get away with this?
Right, because we're going to be on 10 mana next turn. So if we play Progress State, we'd have to hit like both Mystic Shots.
Oh, but maybe a slight misplay from Void. Needed to play out both the Baboon and the Flame Chompers there to pull the Scion out of the way and present the lethal.
You could go for ambush lethal, right?
Is it going to be enough? It is. Ambush isn't active, right? But
it's not active. Yeah, that's right. Wow, and just picking up the second Mystic as well.
Unfortunate for Void, but was maybe hoping to run away with that game and steal it out from under One of My's feet. But One of My shows he's a gamer. He draws the cards he needs when he needs them, and finds the Mystic Shot off the top for the lethal push. Udyr has defeat quotes, apparently. I just learned this. Says, next time the weather will favor us.
So, back on the desk now, and, oh, we can jump back into the game, but I was going to say that Udyr Victor looking strong there. I mean, it did lose, but curving out with both champions, getting all of those keywords stacked, did look quite strong.
It was a very close loss even then, right? It's not like it was over the top for either. Like, that game came down to that top deck from What Am I? Of course, that meant both players navigated it well and put themselves in a position to be able to win it. But the deck showed that it might have some legs here. It's something that I'm probably going to go explore with. I've been playing around with Udyr LeBlanc a little bit, and that's felt okay, but just missing something, and I'm not sure what. This might be the answer that I'm looking for.
So now for this game, we have the Taric Panth Yuumi list being played back into that Udyr Victor. So we're getting double Udyr Victor action today here on stream. And we do see the What Am I tech of the Camphor the Doubt. I really liked this card after the buffs. I thought the buffs to this card were nuts. And I thought it would make a lot of sense in Pantheon because you're already doing the same thing. And those keywords that it provides are game-winning. And I was listening to the winner's interview with What Am I that you did. And he was saying that you often win the game with Camphor more than you do even with Pantheon sometimes.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me either. It's definitely a card that I think we're going to see added more now that the cast play changes have been in the game. There is less condition, like, whereas before you could kind of deny some of this level up progress by killing the unit out from under a single combat or stuff like that. Now it's almost always guaranteed to be leveled up, and have those keywords that you mentioned are so powerful. But from the side of Void here, we're going to see the Victor on curve again come down, and he's going to get Challenger this time. Pretty good keyword. We'll see if he can get something else like Quick Attack to maybe continue benefiting off of that and be able to threaten his Taric. Overwhelm, that's a pretty good one too.
Yeah, Challenger Overwhelm, not bad at all. We do see the barrier coming down onto the Taric to protect it, and that Udyr coming down again. This curve is really, really nice of 4 into 5, and you can start giving Victor those keywords with the stances to then kind of solidify a chance at better keywords in the future, right?
Yeah, you definitely can. And it's not like regen is a bad keyword, but it's just not the one you want to be hitting off of your Victor augment, and you can give it to him for free with this 4 stance, quote unquote free. It's a freely generated card, we'll say, as well as having an added benefit of giving him 2 HP.
If I got $1 for every time I got hit Fury or Faded on Victor as my first 2 keywords, I think I'd be richer than Elon Musk. So, nice.
You played a lot of Victor then, my friend.
We do see the pull coming in here, and you would imagine that, yep, you want to be pinging off that barrier, being able to clean up the Taric, and nothing here will be able to save this Taric, which is quite unfortunate because it is more than halfway towards level progress, and there is only 1 Taric in the deck. So removing a big win condition here on the side of What Am I, and the board is going to be looking a lot less threatening once this Taric is removed.
Wonder if he's considering going for a single combat onto something else.
Lost in reflection?
Could
Looks like he's going to. Wants to guarantee the Victor is removed, and I like this play from What Am I. Fortunately, not going to be quite enough.
Wow, those Elixir of Irons are coming in massive, taking Victor all the way down to 1 HP, but it just does not matter with that regen keyword.
It's such a powerful card. It's one that I've been including in my Udyr decks as well. Just make sure, for 1 mana, it does a really good job of stopping a lot of aggression. Perhaps not a card you want 3 copies of, but as a 1-of, it does its job very, very well. And Void is only on that 1 copy, proving that he too is a gamer, having it every single game when it matters.
So we do have the White Flame here, although no access to Zenith Blade or anything like that yet. But the pressure that is going to be put on from the side of Void next turn is going to be quite devastating. I mean, Udyr is looking to level here. We have 2 0-cost stances in hand from that Shaman's Call. And, yeah, this is going to be very, very hard to survive this onslaught from What Am I's side.
is indeed. With the Victor, with the Udyr level up coming through, he becomes quite a big threat himself. And with no overwhelm on the side of What Am I, he's going to have a really hard time pushing damage through this massive Victor. Spell Shield is just so good, especially in this matchup where they only have big pluses with strike spells like Single Combat and Concerted Strike.
Yeah, no hushes or anything here on the side of What Am I, which, I mean, I think is correct. It's only really a big key card in the mirror. Although maybe if there's more ambush decks running around, you do have Sharp Sight, but it could see some play.
Yeah, it's the problem with Hush and Pantheon decks is that it doesn't help level up your Pantheon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you really need to be building that deck in a way that is focused around that.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, then you're in a really bad spot. If you can't proc these faded units consistently and build them up, then you're going to struggle. And Void kind of has his own faded deck in the form of this Victor Udyr list where he's slowly assembling the pieces, putting them together to make these massive units. Decks work similarly, but through very different methods.
Would you have pulled something here with Victor? I think you might have wanted to pull something here.
Nah. I want to threaten lethal. If he wants to block, he can block. Doesn't really matter to me what he throws away.
I mean, I kind of like pulling the 3/2 to just, like, guarantee max damage. I mean, you are happy if you remove the White Flame, but you do
He has
have...
elusive.
Oh, he has elusive. Wait, my bad. Yep. You are right. You don't need to pull anything.
Just put him on Sharp Sight check.
Oh! We do have the Sharp Sight, but yeah, totally missed that. Yeah. Once these keywords start to stack, Spell Shield also just makes it a little...
Sharp Sight doesn't even matter. Void's so heads up. He's got the
Wow.
And that's going to buff the Victor as well. So even if What Am I was able to heal back to full HP with a second Guiding Touch, it wasn't enough in this spot. Void showing that, hey, Pantheon, outdated.
Elusive
Victor,
Overwhelm
underrated.
is the Exodia combo there. So we are going to get to go to a Game 3, back on the caster desk, just waiting to dive in. But quite a strong showing there from Udyr Victor. It did just narrowly lose the first game, and now we're really seeing the full power of that deck at the forefront. So diving back in here to Game 3, let's get underway.
Yeah, we've got Jace, Vi, Elise, Sentinels up against the Pantheon list. And now, this is a matchup that I expect could go either way, but I would have to believe is Pantheon favored. I'm sure Void has played this matchup a fair bit, expecting Pantheon to have stuck around in this matchup, Void being a player who I know prepares. I've played him, I've had the pleasure of interacting with him, both a gentleman and an excellent player. We'll see how he can navigate this matchup and if he's able to find a win.
Well, triple Sharp Sight, not exactly the start you want to see, although picking up the Pantheon here is decent. But yeah, I think we're going to need to, like, burn these to get triggers at some point.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be... Well, with the Bright Steel picked up, I might be a little bit surprised to see him go for something different here. But Void going to go ahead and just open up with this Thermo Beam.
And we
Sharp
actually
Sight.
could double stack Sharp Sight to be able to save it, but probably not worth it.
This is interesting. Void just what am I opting to just take all this damage? Feels he wants to save his protection spells for units that matter, I guess. We'll see if he decides to go into Bright Steel here, and he's actually just going to play the Pantheon out.
Early Panth.
Thinking I'll learn soon.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
pre-committing
I
it, so you get to just push max damage. There is a good chance that Void just accepts that, and still accepts it with the Sharp Sight. So it might be a little bit of a race here with these fearsome units on the side of Void trying to get in max damage.
And Void just picked up a Ruination. That's got to be a breaker in this game. If the Pantheon's board ever manages to get out from under your control, you can just reset it. Here he's going to go after the Pantheon right away. Sadly, this isn't going to go through just yet, but he does have a Vile Feast he can follow up with and force more resources out from the side of What Am I.
Yeah, and you don't love burning these buff spells, like, in doubles on the same turn. I would like to see What Am I here keep up 2 mana. I like it. Not overcommitting there with the barrier. And I was going to say Bastion is the card that you need to find on the side of What Am I. If you're able to save a key unit with Bastion from a Ruination or a Vengeance or something of the like, that is going to put you very far ahead. So really strong pickup here. It is a 2 of in the list.
And we'll see the options off of Void. I didn't catch all of them because he snap picked the Vengeance so quickly. No, that's going to be coming up in the future turns, and it's just going to look to make a trade down here. Does have a Pharaoh's Financier to follow this attack up with, and we see it here. Assembly Line, Shock Blast, and another Piercing Darkness are the options. I think I might opt for a Piercing Darkness here, and it looks like Void did the same.
Oh, this pass. I think I would have liked to see a gem used, although I guess we already had played out a barrier that turn.
I think anything that you're responding to, apart from the buy,
Yep.
is going to be able to be answered by the Bastion or a Sharp Sight, and as such, you would rather just save your triggers for future turns.
Do you ever rally here with the barrier?
I think you might try it, because if you're not doing that, it depends on what our Camp 4 is at, I think.
This is going to level the Camp 4 this turn.
I think you might try it. Looks like What Am I reconsidering the Zenith Blade?
What are the punishes? Yeah, it's like Vile Feast and that's it, right? With this mana point.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. There Mystic shots in the list.
There are 3 Mystic shots, but have we seen them played? I don't think so.
I think we've only seen 1 Vile Feast play. Oh, and a Thermo, yeah.
Thermo Beam, not even a Vile Feast.
Not even a Vile Feast? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Piercing Darkness has come out.
Yep. We also could have gemmed here. Oh, just gonna opt to take the trade with the Vi. Playing out that Cam 4 here.
What am I? But this is the benefit of running a card like Cam 4. You can afford to give up your Pantheon and still have a massive threat. This is gonna be able to push at least 4 damage a turn through this board. And yeah, Void is kind of out of options to deal with it.
It's so... Look at... The keywords are so strong. For 6 mana, you're already doing the thing in the deck, and now you can attach Yuumi. You still have Bastion backup. Yeah, it's quite easy to see here why Cam 4 is being included in the list.
And there goes the Yuumi, exactly like you predicted, Sqweeby. We'll see how Void opts to respond. Might just jam a Ruination here, but instead I'm going to imagine he passes back, lets What Am I attack, and then plays it into this Pharaohs to try and win himself. Pharaohs is going to let him pick up Jace, and he will have enough mana to play the Jace and the Acceleration Blast, or the Acceleration Gate on the following turn.
Although Jace is only at 1 out of 2 right now.
Oh,
so
true.
Won't be creating that on play, unfortunately. So you may want to be, I don't know, playing a Shock Blast or something. Pharaohs would be able to... Oh, taking the pass!
I love it. That's What Am I looking at the list and going, okay, you have Ruination, you have Albus Pharaohs. Basically, any other unit, you would have been, that's not a Pharaohs or a champion, you would have been okay to play in this spot. I don't really need to get this attack in because I have my rally, and I'm able to just rally into the attack when I know it's safe and kill you that way. And it looks like that might be what he goes for here. He's just going to continue building up this Cam 4. And with Void being tapped under both Vengeance and the Ruination, you're not feeling too threatened here.
Yeah, no, that was such a heads-up play from What Am I, taking that pass, burning all the mana, delaying Void's game plan considerably. Yes, you did miss out on some damage and some Yuumi level progress, but I think with this sort of unit buffed up, you're looking to end the game in 1 turn. So you're looking to see Void commit too much mana either to a Ruination or maybe another Pharaohs. Okay, we are going to opt to push some damage here.
Yeah.
This is fine as well, because now you can potentially win on open with that Bastion. I do like seeing the gem played as well, just guaranteeing max damage, and removing the Fearsome because we are a bit low at this point, only sitting on 8 HP, no access to lifesteal or anything like that.
I like this play a lot from one of my super heads up. Gonna let him just swing in twice and threaten the lethal. So, do you have an answer? Nope. All right, I'm winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's only Vengeance and Ping here, although, yeah, going for the development.
The Ruination is beat by this Bastion.
Yep.
Oh,
What's wrong? No, you can Bastion, right?
yeah.
There it is.
Maybe worried that there's a Vile Feet. Oh, Void coming back with the Zig.
Yeah, that was the punish. That's why I think you open, is because you're just losing really hard to Vile Feast and Ruin, whereas on the open, you're losing to Vile Feast Vengeance, I guess.
You have a really good read that there is no Vile Feast, though, right? Because there was that point where the Pantheon was 1 HP, and Void didn't use it. He sandbagged the Vile Feast he did have. After that, the Vile Feast was used to ping off something else. So at that point, you know, if there was 2 Vile Feasts, you almost always go after the Pantheon in that spot.
Right. Yeah.
And then if there is only the one, and he sandbagged it, and he played it out, well, it got played out, you saw it come out, you can maybe read into that a second one was picked up, but when they don't play out any units on that swing, they don't go for a Vile Feast even just to generate a little bit of a blocker or anything. You can have a pretty good idea that there isn't one, and still, I think the development might have been a little bit risky, but you're still losing to a Vengeance Vile Feast combo anyways.
Yeah, it's a 2-card combo either way, so it's just like, which one are you going to put them on? But unfortunately for Void, did not have the 2-card combo, and what am I able to take down that set there? 2-1. Let us check in with the bracket and see which games are still going, if any, in this round 1.
See, looking at my friends list at this point is probably faster.
Good point.
Looks like there are quite a few.
Yeah, we can definitely try to pick up part of a set here.
Who do you have added? It's the biggest question, because I have most of these players by now.
Wow. Am I the only one who's getting, like, it? When I click on friends list, it just, like, bugs out and is so slow now.
It has been very, very slow.
Like, it almost crashes my game every time I click on my friends list.
And I have a brand new PC. Like, it shouldn't be this laggy.
Yeah, I don't. It's like something changed. Rogio, I have. Phlebotomist, Lunari, K-Felt, Friend of Zoe. Any of these games jumping out to you?
Automist is usually on some stuff, and I have both sides of that one, so we can get in there.
Okay. Yeah, which one do you want to grab?
I'll get Friend of Zoe if you want to grab Phlebotomist.
Sure.
I see SI Freljord, and I see Friend of Zoe on a Targon Asol. Or SIS Thresh Asol. Oh, man. Looks like it's just a pretty standard FTR list from the side of the Phlebotomist, though.
You jebaited me, Monte, into watching a Freljord SI game, although 1 HP on the side of the Phlebotomist is a little monka.
Well, I wonder if it's going to be enough to get him over the edge. If he's able to stall this attack... Does he have a Vengeance in hand?
You have a Flash Freeze.
Flash Freeze, okay. Okay, there's hope.
That's also going to prevent the Asol level this turn. That's pretty big.
That is pretty big. It lets him play out this Trundle safely.
What are your outs, though? I mean, you're far away from... You're far away from an Atro lethal. And you would need to hit Feel the Rush here into Atrocity, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that's what he was looking for. Sadly, it's not going to be found. We'll see if he opts to try and clean up this board. Of course, an Atro onto this Trundle could be answered by a Hush pretty easily. And Friend of Zoe has some healing of their own in their own Withering Wails. Kind of funny to see both players holding 2 Withering Wails.
So, yeah, this is Thresh Asol into the FTR. I I don't actually know which one I would... I mean, the Obliterate, the 9-mana Obliterate is just, like, impossible to deal with for FTR. Like, if you're able to find that card, they just... I don't think they can come back from it, really.
I think if you're the FTR deck, you have to play this matchup very strangely. In that you have to play your units out on curve, as opposed to looking for your FTR. You want to just get a Trundle set up early and try for some damage there. I think you are the aggressor here, because Asol, once leveled up, is just going to take over any and every late game.
So do we ever heal Asol up here to protect, or do we just play out a blocker? We imagine that Asol is going to be pulled by the 8/8. So I don't hate double gemming Asol.
Maybe. I think the Phlebotomist might actually be going for a kill line here.
Yeah, I like this line. You're going to pretty much guarantee that you're able to keep Asol alive. And then the Piercing Darkness coming down. Yeah, that is just such a devastating line for the Phlebotomist. And now Asol is going to be presenting that level. So you can
I think
pull with the Pillar and then swing with the 8/8?
Yeah, I think that was... Yeah, I think the idea here was that the Phlebotomist was going to do exactly that, while they had the Trundle still as well. And I really liked the line. Unfortunately, it was punished by the Piercing Darkness from the side of Friend of Zoe. Now with this Asol level up coming through, with the Destroyer being able to pull the Pillar and attack through it, with a Living Legends generated off the Asol, I think this one is pretty safe to call over for the Phlebotomist. He's going to have to go into the next game if there is one, or into the next round to find the W.
Yeah, we are just jumping in here midway through the set, but given the time on the screen, I mean, they are playing control decks, but if you made me bet, I would say it's game 3.
Yeah, you say that, but we did jump into a game with like 10 minutes left last time, and it was game 2.
Oh, wow.
We've had some wild games in this tournament series. It's been a sight to see the whole time through, Sqweebs. Friend Zoe deciding, how do I want to kill you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you pull the Pillar here with the Overwhelm 9/4, and then swing with the other 2 units. You
I
could
actually
also...
think you pull the Pillar with the Charger. That way you're presenting lethal 2 ways. This also works.
Yeah, no, you should just play your big cards before swinging. You have a free Living Legends in hand. You're not going to lose this turn.
You can play out everything and still hit the Living Legends and still be okay. Yeah, the Phlebotomist is going to go ahead and hit that FF.
Not even going to get to see the Living Legends played.
He's such an intelligent player. He's saving his mental. He knows that if he sees it, it's going to ruin him. It would ruin me. You don't want to be ruined in the first round of a tournament. That's really heads up. Love the top right, bottom left. It's a good play. Well done by both players there to identify the correct lines.
So that may be the end here of their set. Looking like Friend of Zoe may have taken that down. So going to refresh the bracket here, see if there's any other games for us to jump into. Or we may
Xander versus Monte seems to be playing. I have both sides of that if you have one.
I don't know if I have either side of that. Let me take a look.
I have Lunari versus Dr. Evander. I have both sides of that one as well.
Okay, I'm going to... Yeah. Just wait till my game almost crashes, and then... Lunari, you said? Yeah, I can get Lunari's side.
I'll get Dr. Evander's then. We'll get into that set. Looks like we might be getting a game that's just about to start here, or maybe one that's just ending.
Yeah, could be just ending. I am refreshing the bracket to be able to see where we're at. You got to imagine that round 1 is coming to a close. And
there's the game.
Okay, they are still in the game.
I told you, sometimes we come into these sets with 15 minutes left, and it's game 3.
Fresh.
Or game 2.
So we've got Jace, Elise, Vi, Sentinels playing into Pantheon here. Again, we did see something similar to this play out, and gotta be giving the edge to the Pantheon side just because Spell Shield is so backbreaking.
Certainly. We'll see if Lunari's list is also includes the Camp for the Doubt that What Am I has kind of started to popularize. Man.
You got there.
I got there. 4 days in a row of casting. These amazing tournaments does take a bit of a toll. I'm glad you were able to come in and help relieve me a little bit today, Sqweeby, doing the production.
Dude, happy to be on the desk with you, Monte. It's been a while, so okay.
It's so long. I miss casting with like actual, like, not that the other people I bring on aren't friends. They're all great guys that I'm super happy to cast with. But you and I go way back.
We go way back.
Point. We've been around for a while. It's been over a year since the last time we casted together, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that we're getting this opportunity. So.
Dang, you're gonna make me cry on cast. There is no Camphor in Lunari's list. I think What Am I is at like the bleeding edge of Pantheon tech there. I really think it should be run. I mean, you just like see the power of it. If that card was not in the deck, What Am I would have lost that game 1 gazillion %. There was nothing else picked up that could have been a win con. So people should be running it in the list, although Lunari's hand here looking just chock full of good options to play. Triple White Flame, Yuumi. Not a ton of ways to get the triggers, but you can draw into that with the Guiding Touch.
Light is a lure in the dark.
Yeah. You might just want to slam the Guiding Touch on it anyways, just to guarantee that you're advancing something this round. I'm assuming that Lunari or Dr. Evander doesn't block here. Looks like he's going to. Oh, okay.
Is this a Glimpse block line?
It's a Vile Feast block line.
Oh, interesting. I think you can probably just take all this damage. You don't really want to be giving a fearsome blocker. You're only taking 4. So yeah, I think that's the correct play there.
Why are we? Oh, we're slaying to activate our units. I think if we're doing this, then I think you're okay to go.
Yeah, you might as
put
well
in some blocks.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And do it on the stack as well. I guess by doing it after the attack, you're disincentivizing a single combat, but I still think it's going to come through nonetheless.
Yeah, I think you're fine if you get single out there. Yeah, I think we could have saved a little bit of HP. Just playing it ultra safe from the side of Devander, but they do have healing, so it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, we will see what goes on here. Maybe we would have developed the Jace this turn. We have 2 of them. Want to be able to start threatening this board from the side of Lunari. And pulling a potential fearsome blocker out of the way.
Removing this 5/4, saving a ton of health here. Both White Flames are going to live. You do have Mystic Shot on the side of Devander, opting to not play it just yet. And both of them are at 2 health currently on the White Flames, but you are sitting on only 11 HP, which is a little low. Double Jace in hand, too, for Devander, so one of those can become a Shock Blast.
Yeah, the Shock Blast is a great tool to push some lethal damage here, especially if you can cast it with a leveled up Jace. This Jace hasn't been leveled up quite yet, but we can start getting there by casting this Piercing Darkness if we choose, or the Vengeance. We were talking yesterday about how we kind of want to leave the Yuumi on the board until the last possible moment, but Dr. Evander disagrees here, and he's just going to go ahead and reset it right away. Mountain Goat comes down in response. That's going to be able to attack in and generate a gem to help us heal this Drake back up.
Zenith is a great pickup here. And then you are going to be sitting on 3 out of 5 of the Pantheon triggers, as well as still having mana for Yuumi. Although if we see the Piercing Darkness here, that Pale Cascade is going to come through and save the day, I would imagine. Although it being at 1 health, I mean, yeah, you can save it here. You also could just redevelop White Flame. I guess it already having Zenith Blade makes you want to save it here. But but we don't really have a way outside of like putting another Zenith on it. Yeah, once we get this gem, then we can heal it up a little bit.
Yeah, I like saving it. I don't think we want to invest more mana into another one.
Yeah.
So we'll just go ahead and keep it healthy, keep it alive. Get this gem.
Wow, opting to take the block there too. I guess that means you can kill the goat with a spider in the future. But you are sitting on a healthy 20 HP on the side of Devander.
And that's a Dawning Shadow, a Piercing Darkness, and an Unlicensed Innovation. Opted to go for the Dawning Shadow. I think that's a pretty good pickup in this spot. The other option being the Piercing Darkness was also a reasonable one, but this is going to punish any potential development on the following turn a lot harder.
After the devs have tried to kill the Bandle Manifest and put it into the ground over the last few patches, my friendship with Pharaoh's Financier has grown and grown. Really come to love that card. So many awesome hits that you can get off of it. And synergizes super well in these Jace decks. Level Jace coming down. And now that is a whole lot of 6-cost spells in hand to make use of on the side of Devander. That's just like 12 burn also, like with both of those shock blasts. Yeah, you want to be removing this Jace here. Definitely has to happen. You're going to be able to push some damage as well. But there is a second one is in the side of Devander. So going to be tough to remove that one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dr. Vander, it won't be able to come out this turn because he is tapped out of mana, but still going to be able to threaten a little bit more damage with this full swing now that that Cataclysm tapped out Lunari. And this is the last match in our round 1. So happy that we were able to bring you guys a good chunk of this action.
Yeah, I think you do need to block a 1/1 here, because if Vile Feast is committed on the stack, then you are going to lose the White Flame. We see the Mystic coming down, but you never can play around that. So I do like the block option here, although you are taking 1 extra point of damage. You do still have Guiding in your hand, but Pantheon going to be able to come down leveled this turn. And let's roll the dice. Let's play a little keyword casino, see what we can hit.
I don't know about that block, actually. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think keeping a White Flame on your board matters a little bit more than saving the 1 HP, especially with the Pantheon coming down leveled this turn.
True. Yeah, you could just not block, huh? Yeah.
I think if you're going to block, you block the 2 HP unit, because at that point you're not playing around a 2-mana spell from your opponent either way, and you're saving more HP for it.
Yeah, I could see the logic to both. I mean, you are only losing to Mystic Shot, but keeping up a White Flame is pretty key, and we did not hit Lifesteal. We hit Challenger, Quick Attack, Regen, Impact, and Tough. Not
Scout either.
The best set of keywords. This is a little bit of a low roll. Didn't actually know this was possible when playing Pantheon.
And it looks like Dr. Evander is just going to patiently... Oh, okay. Pass comes out. Maybe.
I mean...
I think now if I'm Dr. Evander, I just pass. Say, okay, I take your token. I don't want to give up my chase, and I want to get it set down.
Yeah.
Now, if you take the pass, you can go Jace. That's 7 plus... I think you have exactly enough mana. No, you're 1 short. I was going to say you could set up your whole board and still go Acceleration Gate, but even this way, I think you can do that.
Yeah, the number of blockers here is going to be quite relevant. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Yuumi played not attached here just to be able to block. Although developing that Sentinel means we're not going to be able to play Accelerations Gate this turn, which I don't love.
Yeah, I'm not a... I wonder what our line is from this point. Dawning Shadow here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could have gone for a kill line, although you are, with the Mystic Shot backup, this does make a lot of sense. You're going to be able to remove the Bastion, guaranteed. This is a very safe line to take. Yeah, I don't mind this either. You are saying the only way that you're winning is with this Pantheon and rally. Looking for another bastion. Oh, no, nothing would have been able to save there, right? No, there's nothing.
Maybe just a single combat to kill the 3/3 would have been a little bit helpful. Because now you have a 5/4 staring you in the face.
Wow. Yeah, I like this line a lot. The more that we're looking at it, you don't need to go all in with the Jace, and you can still play Jace into Shock Blast next turn, which is very hard to deal with.
I gotta agree with you. And now, if Lunari wants to save some damage, they do have to risk trading off. They do have to trade off their only remaining unit.
Oh. Gonna go down to 4.
Super scary stuff here.
You do have Guiding Touch, but I mean, should you be worried about double Shock Blast?
Maybe.
I might have elected to block the 5/4 and then replay. I mean, saving a unit with Yuumi is important for sure. And what is Yuumi's level progress at? Currently at 0.
But that's another Pantheon.
Ripping the Panth off the top. This is like peak Pantheon performance. Drawing him exactly when you need. Do you ever Zenith here to get an extra keyword? Yeah.
I think you always do.
Yep.
Maybe not. I think this extra action priority loses you the game if... Guiding Touch. I think you Guiding Touch. You're going to lose because of this action priority now, right?
You are
Vander's
now
going to be able to play out the Jace, and in response you play the Pantheon, and then he just hits you with the Shock Blast, and
a pass?
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Why did we pass? Now we don't have the priority that he just gifted us.
Oh no, and we had lifesteal.
And lifesteal. No, the punish.
Oh no.
We had the win.
We had the win.
Sorry. Made the mistake of playing out the Zenith Blade, and then Dr. Evander passed when he could have developed Jace.
I don't know. I don't know if the Zenith is like obviously heads up. It's a mistake, but I think like the extra keyword does matter. So there's some merit to playing it out there.
That's why I think you just Guiding Touch, right?
Oh yeah, that's fine too. That's fine too. Yeah, you can guide.
You just hit the Guiding Touch to avoid giving up priority because the game is ending on this turn, one way or the other.
It's a greedy line. Let's see if. No, you never play Zenith here. Please don't play Zenith. You can't. You really can't.
There's no reason to at this point. You hit the quick attack and everything. Nice. You have quick attack scout. You're forcing a block here. Oh, not really. You're not threatening lethal, but it's going to heal you out of range. And this feels bad if you're Dr. Evander.
I've been on the receiving side of this, like the Pantheon top deck into the perfect rolls a few times, and it is not the prettiest. It's not the best feeling in the world, but Devander here did have the win accessible, and just passing that priority back. I think the changes to burst passing are just something we're going to have to get used to. I don't know, like the different animations and sound effects and stuff kind of, I feel like they've been throwing me off a little bit.
I have burst passed more times than I cared to admit.
Yeah, right? Like,
it's just because it became so habitual for me, right? Like you would cast a burst spell and you go, well, I don't know what I want to do with the rest of my turn. Let's pass it. Give me a couple extra seconds. Let's see if they spend their mana. And now they're just not going to spend their mana if they're heads up players. That pass in that spot didn't really gain you anything. I don't know what you were worried about. Like, okay, you play the Jace and they have a single combat. Maybe you lose the Jace, but then you have another one that you can play down and set up. Right. And they've just put their unit at risk. Also, if they single combat, then they're tapped out of XYZ spell. I don't know. I think just having the Jace on the board to be able to threaten the lethal with the next priority was too critical there.
Yeah, you're also beating, like, pretty much everything outside of, like, lifesteal and a strike spell or, like, double guiding touch, but I think we've already seen a guiding played. So there's just, like, the combination of cards that Lunari would have to have at that point is so many. And this is not going to be able to remove the Pantheon because tough is as a keyword. Oh, and there is the spell shield as well. Yeah, so spell shield barrier is going to eat both of those. And then we can go for a Cataclysm here onto the Jace, which would trigger Faded.
And I think that has to be the line, so that way there's no double shock blast on the open next turn. And Lunari sees it. They're going to heal themselves back up one more time.
Yeah, you just are missing lethal by 2 if you put it back on the spider. Wow. So you do still have Jace and Accelerations Gate.
No, he lost the Jace. He spent the wrong
Oh,
shock
that's
blast.
a shock blast. Oh, he spit the wrong shock blast?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not like this, Monte.
Nope, not like this.
Not like
Indeed
this.
It's a tragedy, Sqweeby. It's a tragedy indeed. I was hoping to catch Dr. Evander winning once. He was saying before the show that he's been not having the greatest run in these tournaments, and I was hoping that the man could pull one out here, but unfortunately we did just catch a tragedy.
We don't
True
have
tragedy.
lethal being presented, but there were the cards in hand available to present that lethal. Oh, the scout as well. Yeah, so you are just losing that turn. And that was a long round 1. Jumping back to the desk here, I got to imagine that was the end of round 1. We caught
Yes, it
3
was.
sets and some great games there. Shout out to Lunari for top decking Panth, being able to cinch that win out. A lot of good use of the resources once Pantheon was played. Definitely playing to the outs there from what was a very scary situation. And that is a skill you have to be able to capitalize on opponents' misplays, inflict max pain, and play to your outs. So very well played there from the side of Lunari.
Definitely was. Sqweeb, while we wait for the second round, let's just give a quick shout out to the community gaming website who were kind enough to partner up with Master Runeterra to bring you guys this Road to Seasonless Tournament series. It's been they've been great sponsors of the Legends of Runeterra scene, and we're so grateful to have their support.
Yeah, huge shout out to them. All the tournaments for this Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonal series will be run on the site. If you want to enter, you can sign up via the Mastering Runeterra Patreon or join their website and become a monthly member, and you're going to get access to like a dozen tournaments almost, pretty much, like leading up to Seasonal.
On a day, basically. So we had, when these started, I think it was 2 full weeks of tournaments. Seasonal is on the 15th, I think, and we end on the 13th. So yeah, it was 2 full weeks, almost 3 weeks of tournaments. So quite a few.
Yeah.
Great way to step up your game and prepare yourself for the seasonals.
So gonna check in here. They're gonna be building the round 2 bracket as we speak. Gonna be trying to bring you guys some new names, some fresh faces for this round 2 as we kick it off. And we are looking at a total of 26 players today participating in the tournament. Not too shabby at all. Again, if you want to join, hit up the Mastering Runeterra Patreon or website. Definitely a good way to just kind of like tune your skills up before seasonal. The best way to prep for tournaments is playing in tournaments, and a lot has changed with this new patch. So, Monte, did you see the tweet from Ruben saying they're going to be changing the rules around, casting spells for certain champions so that it's going to be able to count double for... Yeah, that's exciting. So I think Jace Lux is going to get a massive buff because you're going to be able to hit those double lasers again off of the Lux and level Jace.
Yeah, it's something that's a little bit scary to me, to be honest. I think that they were very conscious of the fact that it was going to be a very strong effect if it could continue to happen as it did previously, which is why when they made these rule changes, they kind of changed it so that way the card is no longer counting as a played cast card. It's a created card by the unit, or something like that. And the fact that now we're going back to the way it was, it's a little bit spooky on top of the fact that you're getting instant lasers just by putting the spell on the stack. I hope that I have faith in the devs to keep everything balanced, to keep everything working nicely, and I like the new direction for the game. I'm a big fan of it. I think that it makes a lot of things feel a lot better to play. So we'll see what happens. I have high hopes, but I am worried. I am a little bit concerned about it. Regardless, it's not coming for seasonal. It'll be here in the future.
I'm gonna check in with the team here and see how we're looking on round 2. Who are some of the other players that we want to catch? You mentioned Fortero, recently won one of these tournaments, as well as Sonic Holic won yesterday's tournament, with Aphelios making a big splash. I was trying that deck out on ladder, really loving it. Quite a lot of like difficult spots to play. Making use of the moon weapons is like really key to finding some cheeky lethals. But Rainbow Fish is like a monster in that deck.
Shotox is playing as well, and I was wondering if he was on the spicy lineup, and it looks like he is. He's on Vandal City Heimerdinger, Garrett. That's an interesting deck. Shotox always brings the spice. Be cool to see him and what he brought. Let's see what Prodigy's on. He's kind of known for bringing some spicy decks. He built the Scion Harrowing, or not the Scion Harrowing list, the Undying Scion list that Snipe Cross played yesterday. Looks like his lineup is a little bit more standard today. Lots of burn. He's playing Vandal Burn. That's a deck that kind of fell out of the meta, but 2 Treasure Trash and Aloof Travelers in there. I kind of like the way this is built. Spicy stuff.
Yeah, wait, this Garen Heimerdinger list has to be a first of being run. A lot of like heavy Demacia, Cythria, and Radiant Guardian being run, and then a few key cards like Conchologist, Aloof, Mini Morphs also being run. So this list, I could see it punishing Pantheon quite well as a Purify as a one-of. That's such a strong card right now, actually. There's a lot of Arsenal running around. Obviously, like, buffed up White Flames and stuff like that. So, yeah, Purify, I like it. Although it won't get rid of the Yuumi attach buffs that have been applied. So that is worth noting.
Right, and it looks like we did just get the round 2 pairings up. Thank you, Hydro, for keeping us in the loop on that one. Just give our page a quick refresh and see if we can find a series to get into.
Cameron Hanzo catching that bye. Very fortunate for Hanzo there. Gonna get a free pass this round. Shodox into Bean Master. I don't
Broken
think
Ball versus Ferretto is maybe a really good match.
Yep.
I have both the players.
All right, I believe I have BB. So let me get BB.
Man, finding people on your friends list is so hard.
Oh, yeah. When you're as popular as me and Monte, it takes minutes and minutes to scroll through. I don't see... Are they playing right now?
No, they're not yet.
Okay, wait. I don't think... Let me message Broken Ball.
Okay, I am already friends with this account. Ferretto must be on mobile, so because he's offline.
Oh, okay.
B-Ball is online, though. B-Ball's on his NA account, though.
Actually, I have B-Ball, so I'm gonna try to add, I'm gonna add him via the sheet here. Oh, B-Ball. Wait.
Yeah, the sheet is a pretty good friend of ours at this point. Let's take a look at his... Let me pull up his deck list while we can. He's on that B-Ball pile that he's come up with, the Ezreal Heimerdinger deck we were kind of talking about. And his second deck, Viego Gnosis. Interesting. And the last one is Jace Lux, so also taking advantage of those cast play changes. A deck that got quite a fair bit stronger.
B-Ball has added me, so yep, looks like they're just waiting a minute or two here to get into the game. Is Ferretto online for your side?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think he plays on mobile.
Does that let you spectate still or no?
Well, it does. It just takes a second. There.
Got it.
Okay, he's online. I have him. They're starting. I'm getting that side. Oh, and I've just been informed we have 5 rounds today.
5 rounds. Okay, great. So you guys are going to be getting that extra round. These tournaments have usually been running at 4 rounds, but we did hit the threshold of players today to bump it up to that 5th final round. And just a minute away here from jumping into the broken ball game.
Yeah. It's my friends list bugged. Freddo is maybe AFK because I see him in a friend spectate session, but B-ball is not.
B-ball is just online for me.
Yeah. So it looks like maybe Freddo went AFK after the last round.
Okay, maybe we jump into a different... I'll pull up Shodock's perspective.
Do you have Grave Trail, maybe? That we could see in a Aphelios mirror.
Sure. Yeah, I have Grave Trail.
Okay. Watch his side, and I'll get into just some bad jujus. Why? It is my friends list that's bugged, apparently.
Looking for a hero for my hero.
Why can I...
This from a side quest. Back off,
Okay, I have to restart. We'll get one hand
good.
for now.
Party member down.
So yeah, we're looking at the Aphelios list that I was mentioning, playing into Oh, yeah, cool. We got the mirror. Yeah, I mean, you want to be getting, at least from what I was, like, figuring out, is, like, Lantern is key to be able to cheat it out, and then you get Rainbow Fish, and then you get Librarian, and you just kind of want to be stacking those up. So you're putting the Fizz down here. You do have protection with the Phase Sprout, so you can feel safe playing that.
Should be coming up. Let me know if that second hand is working or if I need to send you a new video link.
Yeah, looks like you're booting in right now, so that'll work. And Grandfather Faye somehow managed to dodge the nerfs. Card is super strong. Are you going to go for a Quick Quill here? Or are you going to go for the Faye? Opting for another Faye. Yeah, I mean, Swarming is definitely a good way to go here. And I like taking the Tiny Shield. Probably going to be playing that on Fizz just to make Fizz less susceptible to those 1 damage pings.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. There are some 1 damage pings in this deck, and you have no 0 mana spells to keep Fizz protected. And there are oftentimes in this mirror where you have to drop down to 0 mana because you're just playing for tempo, and that means being efficient. Grandfather Faye gonna come out just like you predicted, Sqweeby. I like playing the buffed one off of the face route first, so that way the second one comes down buffed up as well.
Yeah, and I think you just probably play the second Grandfather Faye and then just spam it out. Like, yeah, you could play Aphelios, but this is just so much more tempo heavy this turn, and you're able to do this, at least play both, because you do have the Face Sprout still to protect the Fizz.
Play the Owlcats here as well. Really push your board advantage that you've managed to gain.
Me too.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to
match with a...
Go for it.
I was just gonna say Juju's gonna match with a Fizz of their own here, so it's no longer quite the threat. It might be being able to sneak in that elusive damage turn after turn. And Grave wants to just pressure this board as it is.
Yeah, I don't mind this play. You know there's an Owlcat in hand for the side of Bad Juju. So you're going to just take this damage guaranteed. You're not going to get chump blocked out by an Owlcat, which you definitely don't want to happen. And then opting to play the Aphelios. So yeah, I like this play from the side of Juju because they're saying, okay, if you're going to go and do this tempo play, I'm going to go for the value play and pick a Calibrum to be able to shoot one of these Fays, which is just such a generator. And not going to shoot the 2-3 here because of Pale Cascades in the list.
Looks like Sebrum was phased there.
Okay, yeah, you are sitting at 14, so lifesteal is relevant at this point. So yeah,
I might be wrong. I wasn't paying enough attention to see, but I think it was. I think you can tell by the way it was flicked.
Yeah, I think you can. I think if you're even really heads up, you can, like, tell, like, watching as the opponent which one is picked, if you, like, know which side it's presented on and stuff.
It's really hard though,
Yeah.
because the animations are like barely visible. That is one of the biggest complaints I have with the current UI and like the current interface. They gave us access to be able to tell what your opponent's picked, but they made it unnecessarily difficult. It lasts for like anywhere between 1 and 5 frames, I think.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to tell?
I mean,
and it's not consistent.
It makes me think it's not intentional, honestly.
Has to be intentional. There were animations added.
You're gonna catch me.
I mean, I guess, but yeah, it just doesn't make sense that it would be so fast.
As darkness falls, the moon rises.
So yeah, we see Papercraft here on the side of Juju, which could be played on Fizz, although no lanterns on either side. It's going to mean you're going to have to pay a premium to be stacking that keyword. And Monte, one of your favorite cards in the game, the Fizz Rally spell, is it's quite strong once you stack up a board of elusives and you're able to get that double rally.
Yeah, the Fizz Rally is one of my favorite ways to end the game in this deck. Unfortunately, it's not going to be super fantastic in this spot because you do have to trade this board down pretty evenly. But we're going to be able to threaten things with our Fizz here. I'm a little bit surprised to see Juju not opt to play out the Severum, but I guess wanted to keep mana available to protect his Fizz from Pokesticks and such.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And you're happy with the Fizz trade here on the side of Juju. You're not happy on the side of Grave Trail. You don't have another Fizz in hand, so you do want to be protecting that. Trading off the Owlcats is fine. I like being able to put the Rainbow Fish on the Spell Shield unit, but, you know, keeping the Grandfather alive to buff future phase, definitely worthwhile. And max value now on the side of Grave Trail, picking up a second Aphelios. Going to be looking to level Aphelios pretty quickly here, but not a whole lot of units in hand at the moment.
Can actually do it this turn, I believe. Should be at...
Currently at
No,
1 out of
sorry.
4, so next turn.
Yeah, the cast play changes have tricked me on that. I'm so used to looking at it, and then when it resolves, it changes to 2, but now it goes to 1 immediately.
Having to spend the lifesteal weapon here on the side of Juju, I mean, you are going to prevent an attack from happening, but it's not ideal. Okay, yeah,
So
so
Grave going to be able to match with their own, and then has the second moon weapon here if they want to use it to push it over the edge.
yeah, this play is weak into a Pale Cascade. Or you could just opt to play Papercraft now onto the Fizz. That would also make it tough for Grave Trail to swing here.
Yeah, Juju deciding what to do. Ends up sending the pass back.
Yeah, I don't actually know if I mind putting the Papercraft onto the Fizz. And just making it so it's really hard to swing.
I don't mind this either. I think the pass is okay because it keeps up Heroic Refrain plus a Trinket trade, and you're offering to let your opponent burn more mana than you have in a complex board state. So it makes it trickier for them to navigate as well. And resetting the mana is like, it's a really, when you reset your mana to equal stages in a tempo match, in a tempo mirror like this, it seems like a really good thing to do in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
But it can be really hard to read what your opponent does and doesn't have, and as a result, this time I think it worked out in the favor of Juju.
Yeah, I would agree. Keeping up mana for the buff, too, is pretty key, because Grave Trail doesn't have access to a buff spell, so not at liberty there to swing with the Fizz for risk of losing it. Overwhelm going to be coming in clutch here. Maybe looking for a unit to attach to Fizz to help buff up the stats, but this is going to be a ton of damage here, able to be pushed on the side of Grave Trail, or on Juju's side.
Juju.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one thing, Juju can beat one Gravitum, but they can't currently beat a second, which Grave Trail does have access to. We'll see if he can get the initiatives to make it happen.
Yeah, you're right. With this mana point, you can't stop 2. So, I mean, you could have both 1 mana spells, but I think you are priced into just shooting the Gravitum here. You could put Lifesteal on your own Fizz after you, like, double phase, but...
Still at risk of dying there, I think. I don't know. This is a really bad spot to be in, is Grave Trail.
Interesting. Going for a Pokestick line. Not really something I was considering.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think the Gravitum's always going to get beat, so I don't mind like not wasting the mana on that, but I'm not sure we're ever actually coming out ahead here. Not dead, so hits accept. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can go max... I like the max wide play as well. I don't think you need to Pokestick face, because you could potentially be removing a blocker like a Conchologist or something, and presenting more damage that way.
Together, brother, we will make death whole.
So yeah, I don't love the Pokestick face. But it did draw us into a Lantern, which is going to help us go max wide this turn.
Crescendo.
Oh, that's a darkness.
That is a darkness.
One of the funnier hits in this region combination.
Oh, opting to not play the squirrel either. I think you may have wanted to play the squirrel.
Did we have the mana for it? If we
Yeah,
did,
we did.
Yeah, we banked too. Maybe.
Yeah, I think we could have probably killed, because now you're like giving the option of phasing into Lifesteal on Fizz, and you don't have any challengers, and you have double Flame Spitter and Pokestick. I think I would have liked to see max wide and like full swing. I think there may have been a lethal possible to be presented there.
I think so. These tempo decks are so hard though, because you end up in these weird positions all the time, and you're like, do I want to hold mana up? Do I want to act like I have things? But I think Juju only had 1 mana left that last turn, which means that there's really nothing that could have threatened your Fizz.
Yeah, somebody can pause the VOD and see if they would have been able to present a lethal with all this damage here in hand. You effectively have 4 extra reach, and you're 3 wider.
The moon speaks, Aphelios. You are its voice.
So I'm gonna come down here and buy Grave Trail some more time potentially. But on this next turn, Juju is gonna be able to Fizz rally if he wants. He just needs to survive until he can get there.
Yeah, I'm thinking not playing Squirrel there. We probably just lost our chance at a lethal. Like, Aphelios has so many tools to punish development between the stuns and the damage, and now we see Gravitum being taken. Gonna be... Okay. Yeah, so opting to try to stun out the Fizz here.
I hate this.
Could have stunned Aphelios.
Yeah. This does force answers, though. And he does have another moon weapon, so if he's given a priority, he can go after the Fizz in that position. Would like to see Grave Trail full swing out here as well. He does have a unit stunned up already, and is going to force blocks either way. Is also still threatening with that second Flame Spitter.
Ends in silence.
Oh! I don't know about this from Juju. I don't know about these blocks. You really do want to keep your Fizz safe. And I don't think you're at risk of dying here, no matter what happens from Grave Trail's side. If you just get another Infernum down onto the Fizz, plus the rally, you're winning almost every single time.
Yeah, are you happy with this Fizz being traded? I mean, you can Pokey Stick the Aphelios, so I think you just let this go through. You have way more resources, though, on the side of Juju, which is why this block is fine. You do have another Fizz, which you can develop, and then you can put Papercraft back onto it next turn.
I like that you have to set up into it again, though. That's the thing.
Aphelios being dead, though, makes the setup less, less worrisome, because you can, yeah.
That's why I'm wondering why we let the Aphelios die, or why we did, and we didn't just use the Pokey Stick. Pokey Stick is, of course, going to be punished by this anyways, but...
Right, but then you would
have...
have...
There's a chance at saving our...
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, it could have been done in combat.
Now, the Infernum Papercraft Dragon setup is going to happen yet again on this Fizz. And this time, I don't think Grave has any way of stopping it. Couple sharks are going to get made, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, looking at the deck list, it might be hard to find what the concrete win condition is for Aphelios, but this right here, what you're seeing is the concrete win condition. This is one of a few. No rainbow fish picked up, but if you just stack keywords on Fizz, very, very difficult to stop outside of a Hush or a Minimorph.
Some damage going to be pushed.
Yeah, lifesteal could be put on it, although it is just hard losing to a ping, but that's kind of the place you're at here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much either way. I think this is still lethal presented by Juju regardless.
Persistence is key.
Yeah, you're
exactly.
perfect lethal. Yep. So well played there by the side of Juju. I think Grave Trail, there may have been a lethal potential had we played the Squirrel and gone full wide. But Juju able to outvalue, use Fizz and keywords effectively, and bring it home. So we're hopping back to the desk here. Monte, no longer the Prince of Darkness, has now been welcomed basking in the light.
Yeah. It do be a pretty sunny day. It's nice and beautiful out here in Toronto, Ontario. Got the windows open.
So we did see Juju take that first set down. And hopping into the next game here, which is that Aphelios Fizz running it back versus Peak, I would imagine.
Peak.
Yep.
And Peak in the hand for Juju, so this is off to a good start already. Has double Avalanche for this early board swarm strategy. We'll see if he can make it, if he can use it effectively to counteract Grave Trail's plan. Obviously familiar with the Aphelios deck himself, given that he did just play it to a victory in our last mirror matchup, No option but to pass for the time being, though. And we'll see what happens, what he chooses to do here. Does have the faces of the old one, gonna go ahead and play that out. That will ramp him into his peak, but maybe this changes the game plan. Maybe you're comfortable just throwing down one of these avalanches now to set up this 4-3. Yeah, and Juju is definitely considering it. We'll see if he opts to reconsider and pass back, or if he commits this to the stack, and he did go ahead and commit it. Grave obviously has no response and is just going to hit OK. Now, though, is free to set up another one of these units. Here comes the second Grandfather Fae. Now it's up to Juju to decide if he wants to play out his peak or if he's going to go ahead and use one of these second avalanche. And it is just going to be the peak. I almost wonder if we were supposed to go for Avalanche there, take out the Grandfather Fae, take out the Gleaming Lantern, and then use our Spacey Sketcher to discard one of these bigger drops. But I do see the logic for this line as well. If the peak hits the She Who Wanders this next turn, the game is basically over for Juju. Or for Brave. Juju's going to steal a win. Owlcats come down. This is a massive board being threatened here. Even a Pix is going to be able to be picked up, and that's a good option in this spot, as you can play it right away. Is this just lethal? It might just be lethal. We're blocking 4 damage. Pix pushes. It's an exact lethal swing. You do need to take the block here. This is something that I haven't seen before. Turn 4 lethal. Of course, it is going to be blocked by Juju. He has to give it up here. Maybe regretting not going for that second Avalanche, or maybe regretting dropping the first one when he did, but no choice but to hope now. Pray that the She Who Wanders comes out. And what is the peak going to hit? The Infinite Mind Splitter is good, but it's not what you were hoping for. We'll see how Juju decides to start off this turn. Now, one thing to note about the Mind Splitter is that it does go directly through Spell Shield. And as a result, it means he can stop these problematic 3-1s. But instead, going to begin with the Avalanche, maybe. Reconsidering now. Spacey Sketcher discards. Does have lots of options here. All of them pretty good.
I like a zero-cost Rainbow Fish, Monty. How's that feel?
Yeah, that feels really good.
Whoopsie is another spark.
Juju kind of put himself in a spot where his only out was She Who Wanders onto the peak hitting the She Who Wanders, and this is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, putting them on the Owlcats too just is completely correct, feels great. There's pretty much no way that you're going to be able to stop this. Yeah, you can remove the Spell Shield. You are going to kill a lot of stuff here. Thankfully, the discount has already been gotten. If one of these lanterns was removed, yeah, you may have actually wanted to remove a lantern before playing Sketcher, so that the double discount couldn't be gotten.
The Mind Splitter can come out here, though. And it's going to punish this quite significantly.
Yeah, opting to play it onto the lantern. Yeah, gonna be able to double stun here. Pale Cascade could be played, or you could find a lethal with it. Sure.
Another Pale Cascade found.
Wonder if you ever play the Trinket Trade here.
No, there's no point, right?
I mean, Otterpuss pushed extra damage? I don't know.
Not your attack token. Oh.
Last turn.
I mean, into the open.
Yeah. It's not like the best play in the world, but it is an option for sure. Okay.
Second Pokey Stick found, and that's actually going to do it for the side of Grave Trail.
Yeah, didn't need both. If there's there's no freeze available, so this is just going to be able to do it. And I think you Pokey Stick on the stack here. I don't know if Tavern Keeper is in the list.
It should be. I think most peak lists run 1 or 2.
Yeah, so you probably wanted to there.
Yeah, I think you did. Just a little bit safer. If they have something like a Star Shaping, force them to have it on the spot there. And that's going to take this set to what I assume is a 1-1. We did take a few seconds to jump back in at the start, but I can't imagine they played a whole game in the time we did take. Game 3 is going to be underway here soon. It's been a pretty exciting day of Legends of Runeterra so far, Sqweebs. How are you feeling being back on the desk after such a long break?
It's good. The pressure is off. Just have to make the cast calls, but playing in these things, I've been playing in a few of them, and I've been doing okay so far, but Yeah, it's nice having the pressure off and just being able to enjoy the games with a bird's eye view.
Yeah, for sure. And here we're going to see the Sentinels list from the side of Grave Trail played once again into that peak. I think this matchup might be a little bit better for Juju. Less swarm stuff. Fearsome units, of course, can still be a problem, but, well, can't have everything. Does have some healing this time. Does have the peak again. Does have the She Who Wanders. The spot could be worse.
I think, like, She Who Wanders just destroys your deck, and you don't have any way to, like, remove, not that many decks do, but, like, Peak is gonna, it can even have, like, some anti-synergy, right? Like, if you hit a 6-cost spell, then that's not gonna count for Jace.
Yeah.
So you get to cheat out a spell, but it does somewhat delay what they actually want to be doing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that works, isn't it? Wonder if that's something else we'll see updated in a future rules change.
Was Moonsilver an option there, or no?
You know what? I didn't notice.
Okay, well, it might
here we
be
have
this time.
Moonglow, the Trickster, and the Charger, and it was Moonglow that was picked up.
Okay, yeah, so gonna try to put Zoe WinCon online, I would imagine, but I like going for Moonsilver if the option is presented. Obviously, could play Peak on 4.
Mm-hmm. I think if it is presented, you take it there every time, just for that exact reason. Getting your Peak out one turn earlier makes such a big difference. But Moonglow being an option is a good one in this matchup. Zoe with Spell Shield and having the opportunity to play it is so huge. I would imagine we're going to see it played out here.
Yeah, you want to play it when your opponent is tapped out. I don't know what you would be banking mana for otherwise. You don't really have anything to do next turn, so you're happy to just, like, bank full next turn. And yeah, this is the safest time to play it.
There it is.
So, yeah, I would imagine we see, Jace Challenger picked up here. Yep, to remove the Zoe, that just makes a lot of sense.
Now the stun can follow, because Juju's a high roller today and has picked up the cards he needs when he needs them. Has that Crescent Strike available just to stop this attack in its tracks. And I think you just fire it off here, right, Sqweebs?
Yeah, I don't know what else you would be considering. You don't really want to waste the freeze on Jace when it's being pulled, so this looks like a pretty sweet stun.
Also has the added benefit of saving you 3 damage from the Fearsome blocker. Maybe just thinking, well, what if there's a time in the future when I need this? But I think just keeping your Zoe alive here and keeping your HP high is pretty good for you.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to take that block either necessarily, but
I think it's one of the better blocks you're getting. Jace has Challenger, it's always choosing its blocker, and all the other units have Fearsome, so I don't think there's too much else that you're super concerned with.
Well, we already have a little healing in hand, but yeah, I don't think it. I guess it's guaranteeing saving 2 health versus, like, dying to a Vile Feast, which would be a lot worse. Oh, interesting. I was wondering if you actually play out Vi here. Then you could pull Zoe with Vi and do max damage next turn.
Yeah, you might have wanted to look for that line. Grave instead opting to go as wide as he possibly can and just pop this Spell Shield. Is the Vi pushed out of the She Who Wanders range? Is she over 4 attack now?
She's at 5, yep. So no longer in She Who range. The FTR being hit is big.
Yeah, and this 6 wide swing from Grave Trail is going to deal quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I like this heads up Vile Feast here onto the Spiderling. Going to be able to push an effective 4 more damage. 4 minus 1, really, from that. So 3 damage push, but still looking to put Juju down to 5 HP. And with the Shock Blast in hand, all we got to do is pick up a Mystic Shot at that point if there's no healing.
Gonna save Juju a little bit of HP as well.
Yeah, only saving 3 HP with that play. It could still be worth it. We do have the Tavern Keeper available as well. But man, this FTR is about to do some heavy damage.
This'll take the chill off.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe liked to see Juju go for the healing off the star shaping instead.
Here we go.
Just give us one more big celestial option for next turn. But
Gonna close up.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. I mean, there's a good chance you hit, like, you know, a Great Beyond or a Destroyer or something.
yeah, but there's also a good argument to get the cheap slow speed units out of your hand while you can. So that way your peak has better odds on hitting good units afterwards.
Oh, wow, and it doesn't actually matter, right? Because you're leveling Acel here. So, leveling Acel means having the discounted star shape or the star shaping in hand at full cost is totally fine. Yeah, this is a huge turn.
That Vile Feast from Grave might have looked weird, but he did just want to get it out of the hand to guarantee this peak is going to hit something a lot better. Maybe slight misstep not using it on the spell shield.
Hitting Equinox here is terrible for the side of Juju. And I think maybe because your Acel could die to a ping and a vengeance, you may have wanted to try to play out a big Celestial first, actually. Because you can always get the She Who Wanders value off. Those units aren't going to change their attack. Oh, opting to kill the Zoe here. Yeah, I mean, that is going to be tough to deal with. You could try to pull and kill it next turn. Oh.
Oh.
Not the line I was considering. Was thinking we're going to go for, like, a Piercing and Vengeance on the Acel or something, but I guess you do need...
So I think I'm with you here, Sqweebs. I think I want to see this star shaping cast and a unit played out, and then I want to see Zoe's Trouble Bubble played and the game ended. If we stun the Pharaohs, shouldn't we have... If we silence the Pharaohs, shouldn't we have also stunned that one? That way we're forcing the Fearsome unit to block. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, but that deals 5 now, so...
Yeah, it does deal 5. What? No, we're beating everything here, even if there's a Vile Feast. Oh, yeah. And the Vengeance is... No, the Vengeance can... Yeah, the Vengeance can kill Zoe. I think had we gone for a Celestial, we probably could have presented lethal.
I think so, too.
Still looking to be in a pretty good spot, but there is, like, burn options that in some worlds where there isn't healing available to Juju.
I don't hate destroying our own landmark at this point.
Oh, yeah, this is nice. This is really, really nice.
Yeah, we have our mana cheat online through Acel now. Why continue to give our opponent options? I like this from Juju a lot.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. We're on one card as well, besides the generated Celestial, so the value doesn't really matter anymore.
Celestial Wonder's a great pickup in this spot. Gonna definitely allow Juju to present lethal going into the next turn. We'll see what he opts to heal, though. He decides to go after heal his Nexus back up, or if he decides to keep the Acel topped up.
Everything feels bad here. I think I would have gone for, like, a Vi trying to kill the Acel, but then you don't have blockers. Yeah. Just a really tough spot here.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, to be sure. I don't think there's any outs for Brave Trail from this position. He realizes that as well. Gonna go ahead and throw out the GG. Slight misplay by Juju. Didn't play the Moon Silver that turn. Wasn't representing lethal on the elusive unit either.
At a zero cost Moon Silver, you really got to make use of that while it's got the Acel level in play, you know, Monte?
Well, you gotta buff up your future Celestial units, right?
Yep.
Just one attack. Wasn't presenting lethal. That sometimes matters. But very well played on the whole.
Yeah, looked sketchy for a second there when Juju was potentially going to 5 HP that one turn, but just able to cinch it out with the FTR being discounted, and then, you know, leveling the Acel automatically off FTR is just so strong. Yeah, one of the best level 2 champ effects you can have, so yeah, cool to see Peak taking some wins there.
Now, there are still some ongoing matchups here.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out who we can get into next. Is there any matchup you'd like to see, Sqweebs?
I have K-Felt
I
as...
don't have the opponent, but we can get into their game.
I also have
opponent.
Friend of Zoe or Roxas.
Friend of Zoe's up against What Am I right now, so that I know I do have.
Okay, we have already spectated What Am I, but if it's double hand perspective, you know, we can do that.
Prodigy is up against Ghost or Driver if you have either side.
I don't think I have them. Let's jump into the Zoe game.
Okay.
Jumping in here. And we've got Zoe back on the Oh, we got a Pantheon mirror. Okay.
Interesting.
Turn 5, Pantheon mirror, level progress at 3 out of 5 on the side of Zoe, and only at 1 out of 5 on the side of What Am I?
2 out of 5 now.
2 out of 5.
Yeah, so Zoe somehow eked out a little bit of an advantage here. And
Yeah.
we're gonna see.
Gonna go for the trade here. I mean, you are just hard losing to any other buff spell. And there it is. So what am I gonna have? A very nice looking white flame to swing in open next turn.
Yeah. Is there even a point to developing the next turn? I don't think there is. You just take your free attack while you can, right?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why you would. I guess if you had Cam 4 online, maybe, but you open yourself up to like strike spells and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, and strike spells can be super scary.
I've got your back.
Wow.
Bright Steel gonna come down. That's gonna proc Pantheon and keep What Am I caught back up. Help him catch back up. But
Oh,
Friend
yeah.
is always gonna go ahead and mirror.
Just like totally in the lead here. Getting in with that white flame for that amount of damage with no overwhelm on the card is gotta feel super good for the side of What Am I?
Go pick up, not a bad option for What Am I either, but not perfect. Still, this Pantheon is in the hand and ready, and we have a second Yumi in case this one somehow gets obliterated. Not sure how that would ever be possible in this mirror, but
And stand as one.
we've seen some funny things.
Gonna play out the Panth here. You can just Guiding Touch and then use the Cataclysms to start removing stuff. Could also open with a Cataclysm if you want to like double Cataclysm. But I think seeing what you're hitting for keywords first, probably a better way to go. Elusive one time. Scout is hit, and Fearsome Lifesteal. Lifesteal is going to come in clutch. No Challenger, though, which means it can get blocked out by this white flame.
Yeah, and Pantheon gonna match from the side of What Am I? Is that 4 out of 5? Can be leveled this turn as well.
So if you use a Cataclysm next turn, you do get the Scout Rally effect, right? Like you get to swing again.
Yes.
So that's a consideration of keeping both of these up. Although you may want to guarantee the lifesteal here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say what to do here. I think if you're What Am I, you're good to just pass it down.
Yeah,
Wow.
no Overwhelm being hit still. Like, Zenith Blade would end this game on the spot, but if Pantheon gets Challenger and is able to remove Zoe's Pantheon, that could be just the end of the game. And wow,
Scout
what am I...
elusive.
Yeah, showing us how to roll the keywords there.
This should do it. That one swing he got in earlier with the White Flame set him up nice so perfectly for this play. Single combat not going to be enough. Going to expose him to the Bastion, but then can't be followed up with a Cataclysm after the attack at that point. And that might flip things back in the way of towards Friend of Zoe.
I think you always swing here first. For what am I?
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you have to. And
yeah.
Now, if you're Friend of Zoe, you probably...
Barrier your Pantheon, I think?
I think I would have gone for a single combat on the stack, but we don't have anything big enough except our own Pantheon, and that's kind of sus.
Yeah, we got to get Panth big enough here. So you could also stun out Panth this turn. Like, that's not terrible if you just use Pantheon Shield Vault here.
Yeah, not a bad option.
Barrier is decent as well. I actually think it was better to stun because, like, there's a lot of buff spells that could just stop the Pantheon from dying, or maybe your own Pantheon could get removed with something like a Concerted Strike.
Now, what am I going to go ahead and cast its own stun?
Yeah.
The way these priorities are going to work out, I think it ends up favorable for Friend of Zoe. They can go ahead and Cataclysm now, but actually that's not going to be enough either.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just opting to get the Fated proc here on the 4/5 so it can live through one of these blockers.
But What Am I has a Bastion, and that's going to seal the deal here.
Well, you can single off the Bastion.
True.
Which you have to do. You're removing one of your own blockers, but you gotta go for it.
I think it just fizzles, so you don't actually remove a blocker.
Oh, nice, true. Yeah. Wait, yeah. So you have to just go for it here.
Almost certainly. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, great. Really happy it didn't remove your blocker there. You get the stun through. And still staring at a 13-8 swing, but you can just jump it out with the 3-2. Ooh, the Yuumi level.
Let's find a new best friend.
Now, the one thing that is a little bit underrated about Yuumi in these mirrors, yes, her spell sucks most of the time, but when you're looking to ping off a spell shield in these endgame scenarios, Yuumi's spell becomes a really big advantage. You don't have to throw away your strike spells. You can stop it, like, really, really effectively.
Yeah, and doing 1 damage ping is, like, somewhat relevant, so...
Your Friend of Zoe, you're once again in a pretty tough spot here. No challenger on this Pantheon beat set. You gotta be scared swinging it in.
Yeah, challenger, like, would have been what you need. Gonna go for this here, and... Oh! Gonna just take this because you want to put the Yuumi back onto the Pantheon. Trading out your Panth. Going up to 13? Huh. Yeah, I mean, we knew that was going to happen, right? So I really would have liked to see a Cataclysm onto the enemy Pantheon, I think.
Yeah, I think that had to be the line we were going. Well, I think if we were going to take that line, we had to do it last turn, right?
You could have done it this turn, I think.
But you get a rally last turn if you do it, right?
Oh, yeah, you should. I mean, yeah, you could have done it last turn. It was stunned.
I don't know.
The rally didn't really matter, though. Like, you weren't going to swing really with anything, and Panth was stunned.
True.
Yeah.
Tough spot to be in when your Pantheon rolls worse keywords than your opponents. We did jump in about halfway through this game, so I can't say what the correct lines earlier were, but...
We could have removed this Pantheon, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have just removed it with a Sharp Sight backup, and then, yeah, sure, the big dragon is still alive, but it didn't have Overwhelm, so... I think that just threw the game away, honestly. I mean, Zoe's side was behind by a good bit, but we just insta-lost because of that line that was taken with the swing there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sqweebs. I think you're right, but that's why we have these tournaments as learning experiences.
Oh, I definitely have made many plays where I'm like, oh, yeah, looking at this now, this is... I just lost the game because I took that swing. Those are learning moments for sure. Like you're saying, you learn in tournaments, but yeah, you reviewing and going back and looking at those plays and seeing where you went wrong is definitely just a good habit to build.
Yeah, I think that was
Game
just
3.
it was definitely game 3. I'm wondering if there's any others left in this round. Doesn't look like it from my end. At least nobody I have on my friends list.
Okay, gonna check in here on the bracket. And friend of Zoe, it looked like, oh, Prodigy Ghost Driver might be the last one that's
Prodigy's done.
outstanding. Okay, Prodigy's done. I think that everybody else should be wrapped up then.
Yeah, so I think once again, I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Community Gaming. They have been such fantastic partners with Master Runeterra through all of our previous tournament series and joining with us to bring you guys this one. They really love supporting the Legends of Runeterra scene, and I can't wait to see what we can do together in the future as well. And
Yeah.
Squeebs, do you want to just cut us to a break maybe while we wait for round 3 to generate?
That sounds good to me, Monte.
and then
Welcome
we'll-
back, everyone. We are back from break, me and Monte, and we've got some new games going into round 3. Already a lot of action in today's tournament. We will be going a full 5 rounds. Monte, what game are we jumping into next?
We're going to get into Renrag versus Alexander, I think. These are two players that have been part of the Master Runeterra community for quite a while, as I understand it. Alexander did make it into our top cut last night, I believe, if I'm not misremembering. And if I am, I do apologize, guys. I have been staying up far too late. Got to get that Runeterra time in, even after these tournaments. So it should be an exciting pairing. Renrag is usually on some pretty interesting lists of his own. I know you were a big fan of his Jace Freljord list, the timelines list that Jace Trundle.
Was that Renrag's or 4LW?
It was.
They made it together, or?
Well, the 4LW one was the Gnar lines one, but then you
Okay.
were so insistent on the
yeah.
Jace
Yeah.
because you wanted to play Gnar elsewhere.
That's
So
right. Yeah, that
a
was
list
a cool
pitched
list.
from him. Yeah. That came from Renrag.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure yours was like card for card, his deck.
Oh,
which is
sick.
cool.
Okay, yeah, that's where I don't always follow up where I get my net decks from. So shout out to Renrag for that Jace deck, and we're jumping into the game here. We have got Alexander on what looks to be Talia Ziggs.
Yes, it does.
Versus the Ezreal Heimerdinger. Oh, this is like that new burn deck we were talking about. So cool to catch this on stream.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck. B-Ball kind of came up with it. He did drop from the tournament, so unfortunately we're not going to get to see the Master playing it himself. But this deck does want to play out in like a weird way. It kind of controls the board early while also looking to push unit-based damage, and then it transitioned into an Ezreal burn deck at the end. With this hand, I imagine Renrag is going to try and just burn out straight, not even worry about the Ezreal level up condition. It's going to be a bit of a race here. Trixie Tentacles is actually an interesting pickup in this spot, but I think we're going to go for board-based damage and protection. Bogey Stick going to stop that damage in its tracks, though. And now Alexander can even follow up with his Chemist if he wants. And let's Devout a great top deck. Ziggs is a fine card to play down on this turn as well, but Devout, the sooner it comes down, the sooner it's going to die, and the sooner it dies, the sooner that landmark activates, giving us the 5-3. Group shot comes out just to save some damage.
Pushing a cool 3 here. Already have an Arsenal in the hand. Talia at 1 out of 5. Would expect to see a Unraveled Earth played soon. And that is all of the landmarks. We're going to be, well, with the copy, we should be there. So Talia level close to happening. This turn you should feel safe. Yeah, there's not a lot of tempo being pushed out here, so you can just roiling.
This roiling's going to be pretty good. As we can see, Renrag's hand is pretty unitless. And as a result, he's going to struggle to actually pop these. And they may end up being forced onto an Ezreal or a Heimerdinger. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. That's a Heimer.
The engine has arrived, although these roiling sands, not exactly what you want to play Heimer into, getting vulnerable.
Unfortunately, don't really have an option right now. Gonna have to do it after this attack, and yeah, you have to pass here. You can't play it into the Ziggs.
But yeah,
And
with the Heimer changes, you're gonna be able to like get a lot of that value out of Heimer.
Yeah, you can get a ton of value out of him very quickly, even if he's being threatened. The moment the cards hit the stack, they generate the units now. And actually gonna opt to play out this Flame Chompers at fast speed with the Get Excited. Try and threaten the Ziggs.
Yeah, I
And
like
now,
it.
Alexander's gonna feel really good about this. He can duplicate the Ziggs with his Talia. It's a
Oh, that's
fantastic way to-
massive.
Yeah, this is huge. The Ziggs should be leveling up soon with this flip too.
Ziggs at 2 out. Yeah, Ziggs will level with this flip.
And this is probably doomed for Renrag.
I mean, I wonder if you ever pokey stick the 3-1, looking for another unit to play out here to eat the roiling, and then just hope you're not dead next turn.
I think you were just supposed to play the Heimerdinger into it.
I mean,
and
I
not care.
agree. Yeah, and like using the burn onto units is not where you want to be, but Alexander's sitting at a cool 20 HP here. If you're playing out Heimer here, you're just not going to be able to play a lot of the units before this swing, which is what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and especially since like this, by playing out the way you did, you played into Alexander's hand perfectly, but you played into his deck perfect. You gave him an opportunity to go after an Hourglass champion with a potential Talia, and you don't really play out Talia until she's leveling. Like usually with the way the timing of this deck works out, you're just gonna hold the Talia in hand because you want to get to that 4 out of 5 landmarks, and then you want to find a valuable landmark to duplicate right at the end there. And the timing of it all just worked out too perfectly to be going after that Ziggs. I don't even hate casting the Get Excited there. I think I just would have preferred to send it face.
I almost expected to see a refrain played as well, and like pull the Talia, and then like Get Excited it with that line. We're like
that's a
going
line
all
that we're
in.
prized into. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
It pushes a little bit of extra damage. It threatens the Talia.
Yep.
And it means that you're going to save some HP on this swing.
The argument against that is, yeah, now you get a blocker.
Yeah, but if the Talia is being removed, I think you feel a little bit better about it. Plus, you're pushing a little bit extra damage. Now, we're just going to go ahead and discard the refrain, so maybe it's the same, but better. Ezreal also leveled up at this point.
Yeah, this Absolver is super clutch.
Yeah, we can put the second half on one of these Ziggs. Just let it push through. Also, the Hourglass picked up means that this Talia is going to be safe as well.
Wow, and that's going to do so much damage next turn.
Yeah, and any unit played out from the side of Renreg is quite literally lethal.
Yeah, you can't play a unit here.
These 2 Ziggs going to deal 4.
I mean, there's no coming
no
back
outs
from this.
This is the power of Ziggs Talia.
I guess the DC win con is always on the table.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. Could play for rope, but that's quite a ways away at this point.
Yeah, just opting to take the lethal there and show the Heimer respect. Looks like we are going to be able to see another game with this as Heimer. Not exactly giving us a great show there, Monte.
I think that's a really bad matchup for the way the deck played out, and I think that Renrag's hand was particularly bad as well. At least for that matchup again. Had a lot of early removal units like Group Shot and whatnot, but really needed to find more stuff like the Conchologist to be able to play for board. This hand, on the other hand, looks a little bit better. And Alexander on Rumble Scion Victor, a little bit different than the normal list we've been seeing as well.
Oh, wow. Maybe I stole this list from Alexander. I liked this list a lot more than the Draven Scion list. Just because I think Draven dying to Mystic Shot and, like, 2 mana things is terrible. And I think that Rumble and Victor are, like, just better champs overall. But the deck is built a little bit differently. Maybe it's a little less consistent at leveling Scion, too. I was finding myself having a few awkward hand states with this deck. But I am a Rumble enjoyer.
I am surprised to see none of the free attack. Midnight Reckoner, maybe? No, that's not the card. Ruined Reckoner? I think it's Ruined Reckoner in this list. I feel like if you're playing Rumble and Victor, you probably want to be playing at least one copy of that just to expedite their level ups and be able to do
it's good on
cheesy
Scion,
stuff.
too, right?
It is. Yeah, honestly, it is really good on Scion. I know a lot of the Victor Ribbon lists that were being played last season before the ambush nerfs started off including Decimates and then ended up cutting them for full sets of the Ruined Reckoner. So I wonder if we'll see a similar evolution with this style of list.
To the world below.
Renrag's options off that Conchologist weren't that great. This was Trail of Evidence gives him a re-roll of sorts. And it's something he's definitely not too unhappy to see. Also plays into... could potentially give you an extra card for when you have a Heimerdinger on the board as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've got to be giving the edge here to the Scion deck, just because Twin Blade is like so hard to deal with. Like, yeah, you're wasting a Get Excited on it here now. That's what you want to be putting face, but it's just going back into the hand. Going to be giving us so much value.
Yes, it is. Infinite value is something that is strong in any card game, but it's particularly strong in Legends of Runeterra, especially since this card is built in a way that lets you get value out of your discards as well. Something that's normally meant to cannibalize your hand.
Ooh, I like this pass here from Renrag. Has the Heimerdinger, which I think if Heimer is able to stick here, we actually come back into the game from the side of Renrag. But it's on Alexander to see if he wants to spend any more of this mana. And the ways to spend mana this turn are a little bit awkward outside of just playing Poro. But now you are, outside of Double Mystic, tapped under killing the Heimer, thankfully, for Renrag.
Yeah, it was a good heads-up play. Maybe could have afforded to pass back once more, but decided, well, I'm willing to play it to Double Mystic if it means getting the Heimer on out this turn at 100% of the time. And as we can see, based on Alexander's hand, that was a good call. But the Rumble is picked up here, and that's going to get to discard 3 pretty easily.
Yeah, this is why I like Rumble. Like, Draven can't do that. You know, this is just nasty.
Yeah, it is.
And pairing with Might is so strong.
Ooh, that's a called shot. That's really funny. I wonder if we're going to see that pop up this game.
So you can jump it all out here. Blocking with the tough unit there makes a lot of sense.
I think you Mystic Shot this as well.
I think so as well. I mean, you are only taking 5. Uh-oh, now you're taking a lot, so now you probably Mystic Shot. No Mystic still. Oh, wow.
Okay. I think this is still fine. We can just go ahead and continue playing out our hand. Then we can group shot the Flame Chompers, maybe. We are almost dead, but not quite yet there. And with some decent draws, we can definitely level up this Ezreal in time.
Yeah,
I don't think this is the end of the world.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be close. We have 8 damage right now on this side of Alexander. And with that, an Ignition possible from the bot, as well as the impact from Rumble. So a couple ways to be able to offer lethal here into a deck that doesn't have healing. Renrag really needs to put the pressure on and do a bunch of damage this turn.
Yeah, so we can... I think we should be using our spells proactively here to try and clear down the board on the side of Alexander. Doesn't have many cards left.
Yeah, we're not going to level Heimer this turn either. Not that that would really matter, but if we swing in, Rumble can potentially level. I guess we still have Mystic and Pokestick up. So if it blocks anything that has attack power, it could die. Which is probably the route you want to go. You really can't let this Rumble live.
Question is now, do you just pass altogether and do it on the next turn? Because if there is another Rumble in hand, then you have no way of popping the spell shield and killing it.
Yeah, I don't know if we needed to play the bot there.
I don't think there's an issue with playing the bot. I think the question is more, what are we killing here?
So yeah, you just take... This looks good.
Yeah, I like this.
Get you down to 12. Pretty safe HP point to be at with no Ezreal on the field. And next turn, you're going to be able to present lethal, like, really easily. You can get excited on an Ignition and the other card that you draw.
We actually do need to level timer this turn, and we can't, right?
Oh, the group shot here is actually going to come in clutch.
It is, but we're going to lose the fearsome unit.
Yeah, we do need to level. Oh, wow. Yeah, we do.
We're just going to die to the fearsome attacker here, unfortunately.
Oh, no. Twin Blade Revenant looking quite scary in this position. And nothing picked up to be able to block it. Yeah, that board of 2-1s with tough. Not looking too tough.
Fortunate for Renreg here. This spot just couldn't get the units that he needed in the order he needed them again. A lot of people have been complaining about these. Oh, that's the parallel convergence. It came up too.
Oh, wow.
I think we have something on that case.
Let us see it, Alexander.
No.
Don't do it like this.
No,
No.
not like this.
No, he was so close. Come on, let him gas it. That's a tragedy.
Wow. Timer is getting pretty easily 2-0'd there.
It's definitely not the easiest deck on the block right now.
I
had
felt
a
that
pretty
as
tough
well
time
playing it.
figuring it out. And it's a deck that when I looked at was like, oh, this makes sense to me. And then I was trying to play it and was super struggling.
Yeah, I don't love main decking Chompers in it, but I think there's a really good idea there that can be refined further. Yeah, it's so having a bit of trouble there in the tournament.
I feel like you need the main deck chompers, to be honest.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it just feels bad to me though, but I never like running it.
That's fair.
It's probably good in the deck, but it's just like it doesn't feel good, to put it in. Like,
I don't know. I think it feels just fine, but I think that's maybe just a difference in perspective.
I've got
which match do you want to
Vander versus Prodigy. If you have Prodigy side,
I do. We can
Great.
do that. I'm pulling that up right now. And let's see what we've got here. Prodigy's on Pirates. I think this is the TF Pirates that has popped up recently, and it is up against Targon Lux.
healing is going to be tough for Prodigy to deal with. Has gotten Devander down to 9, but we do see the Star Shaping in hand, as well as Aphelios going to be able to phase Severum on this attack. And, yeah, that's going to be very tough to come back from.
Sorry, my game crashed there. We're just resetting the other head.
I was going to say, is there a Fervor? That's what's going to do it. So, yeah, we do have a Fervor here. But we're down to 1 card and no board. And the card is TF. Gonna draw. So we're not dead. But the healing from Star Shaping is going to be clutch. And no Gangplank for extra over the top. Oh, picking up another TF, though. Wow, what a draw.
Oh, that's weird. I loaded in at the end of the game. Our spectate sessions would be synced.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
That's
just
really bizarre.
ending here, going to be able to swing, has the protection from Sharp Sight, and nothing here is going to be able to save Prodigy, so Devander, they're taking it home.
Rest now, fam.
We finally got him with a win on stream.
We did,
poor
Devander,
guy.
let's go!
The poor guy has been put on stream and lost every single time. We finally caught a win. Love to see it. Love to see it.
The stonks on Devander are going up and up. I think that may have been the last game of the set, so let's see if there's some other action we can jump into.
Yes, I think it was indeed the last game in that series. So it looks like Grave Trail is still in game. I think he's playing another good player. Grave is up against Sonic if you want to get that one.
I'll grab Grave.
Done deal.
Great. Pleasure doing business with you.
Always, Sqweebs. Looks like we have a Scion returned swinging into the board of the Jace Vi Elise list from Grave Trail. Grave gonna do a pretty good job of reducing damage here, only going down to 6, and that keeps him alive through, or Sonic, rather, isn't gonna be able to finish Grave Trail. Yes, I said that correctly.
Yeah, the Vile Feast there coming in. We're getting caught up to speed at max speed here. So aloof, Jace. We banking 1 mana. We can play a 6-cost spell this turn.
Does look that way.
And 5 points of burn available right now in Sonic's hand.
We'll see if Sonic opts to play the aloof in response here, decides to do something else, like perhaps stunning out the Jace. You can hold the stun for later, though. I think I want to see the aloof come out, see if we can find that last point of burn. Rummage, not quite what you want to see, but burning the Jace is something you're definitely happy about. Now we can see the Arachnoid Sentry come out in response.
Really nice tech there to be able to stun out this Vi. And you can pull with Jace, but no quick attack means it would just die to a Get Excited.
I think you're really happy if a Get Excited is going into your Jace, though.
Yeah, you did just lose your second Jace, though, but... Yeah, now you can trade it out.
Yeah, now we're going to see the Scion played out, or the Captain Farron.
Farron is... That is just a... Was that the top deck?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that's a great top deck. So...
Yeah, that's why What Am I's playing 2 of them in his list, which we know for a fact Sonic took because we talked to him about it last night in our Winters interview.
Yeah, What Am I? Pretty good person to net deck from. Obviously worked out for Sonic, winning the tournament recently and looking to win this game pretty handily.
That was a really funny aloof. It burned a card, but you got to feel bad about the fact that it discarded a Lost Soul.
Yeah, it takes me back to the original Scion meta, which is just, when can you play your aloof when they've already played out one of their Lost Souls?
You ever burned the second half with an aloof? That feels good.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's a real feels good moment where you've got a hard read on like nothing high left in the hand, or you're just like aloof is especially when before aloof was nerfed when it was a 3/4 still. You're just like, yeah, this is the best play I have this turn. So you just slam it down and you'd watch the challenger unit go and you'd be like, yes, it's gone. It's gone forever.
The card game Zoomers have no idea what you're talking about, Monte.
Yeah,
but all the
true.
OG heads will remember when it had Challenger on Lost Soul. And Fearsome, the keyword swap, not too shabby. Fearsome still doing work. Kind of what you want to be doing in those decks is pushing damage. So happy it didn't get some useless keyword. Lunari looks to still be in game if we want to jump in there.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll find the other side. It's Juju, who I definitely have. We got to see a couple times. Maybe we can get into another Aphelios deck.
We're probably wrapping up round 3 here pretty shortly. Jumping into this Lunari game versus Juju, who we caught on stream earlier. Juju back on that Pantheon. And, wow, it is... Okay, Draven Scion meta into Pantheon is what's happening with these tournaments here. Pantheon leveling this turn. Let's play the keyword casino game.
And what did we roll?
50 on black, and we hit Lifesteal, elusive. No scout, no spell shield. Who needs spell shield when you have Bastion in hand?
We got elusive. And yep.
Oh, scout, I meant, yeah.
Yep. You said the right things. My brain took a second to catch up.
Oh, We
Bastion.
opted to not go for the get excited to get rid of the Bastion, which we could have done.
That might have been a decent line. Maybe just not something we were considering. No. I don't know how we actually win from this position as Lunari.
I have no
Can't
idea how we win.
Magmorify a champion. Scion doesn't even quite kill. Also is leveled up though, so most likely going to be the play this turn. Can we kill around the outside? If we go Scion, discard Flame Chompers, pull Pantheon first. Loses to a strike spell.
Yeah, you
Nope.
can pull Panth first. I mean, I think that is the line. And you're pushing...
Yeah, you pull Panth first, and then you pull Panth. Oh, you're getting pulled twice, so... We'll see what happens here.
Ooh,
Doesn't matter because
stun.
Juju has the stun. Yeah.
Wow.
Upon our return,
Just completely shutting out this game. Pantheon still looking strong, and that play cast buff really coming in clutch with the health buff onto the faded units now.
Yep. Matters a lot for stuff like single combat and concerted strike. My opinion, always felt like it should have worked that way. Because as the strike's going off, you've like completed it. So like, why isn't your unit getting buffed? But glad that they've changed it to be that way now. Although I'm seeing maybe you shouldn't always get. Maybe you should be careful what you wish for because it is quite the powerful effect.
I'm looking to see if there's a Scorched Earth like that or something in Lunari's list that could be the only hope at cleaning up this Pantheon, but with this amount of damage being presented, yeah, there's no Scorched or anything, so this is just going to be enough here.
Yeah, Scorched would be an interesting tech, and it's something that we experimented with a little bit back in the day, but never quite stuck. Block a lot more common. It's a funny transmogrifier, but it's not quite going to be enough.
With, oh wow. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe if we had triple get excited in hand, we could have had an out, but no, there is just a single combat still, so.
time for the money.
They're just showing each other their hands now.
It's 5 from Arcane. I like the new
Not
emote.
the hush! Oh, that is really
Oh,
what put
no.
it over the top there. The devastating hush out from the side of Juju and the Pale going to be able to draw into something that can maybe scrounge up a lethal from Juju's side. It might be enough. I'm not sure. Haven't done the math yet. Yeah, Concerted Strike. Just going to be able to heal back up to 100 HP. Get the Faded procs. And then the Overwhelm on the Poro if it wasn't overkill enough. Very well played from Juju's side.
We got the extra impact damage too off of the strike. Was sure to min-max every little bit that he could.
Winning in
Excellent
big
gameplay.
fashion there. So that, I would imagine we're pretty close to the end of round 3. Seeing a lot of success with Pantheon today, huh?
Yeah, Pantheon definitely proving to be quite the force in the metagame still, even till now. Despite getting nerfed and in previous patches, wasn't quite over. It looks like we do have one more game, one more series left in this round. Rogio versus Bean Master is still going.
Okay, let me see if I can grab Rogio's perspective. Don't think I have Beanmaster.
That's good.
I do have
think it's-
Rogio. Yep, let's dive in.
This should be wrapping up very quickly here. I imagine that it's going to come down to whether or not Rogio has this Notify for Fervor that we're going to see cast.
Well, there is no Notify, but there is a Viego.
Oh, you're in behind me.
Oh, that's nice.
interesting. I've seen this turn complete already.
Oh, yeah, so we see a Fervor coming down. Minion is going to get the hit in.
Some interesting desync we got going there. And BBB just won.
Okay,
Close.
yeah, the Swing is happening. Not enough blockers. Death Mark, double in hand, not looking good at all. Syncopation, not going to do a whole lot. And me and Monte's specialty is jumping in right as the action is ending, but that's kind of what you get when you're wrapping up these rounds. So you can do a little creative storytelling in your own head to imagine how they got to that point. And Pirates, they're going to be able to take it home.
Yes. Yeah, Pirates is definitely a deck that was quite the force in the last metagame, having an excellent matchup into the
You got it. Be patient, chat.
Sun Disc. Mono Shurima, that's what I'm looking for.
The mono yellow, that yellow deck.
Yep. Shurima, kind of OP. Still quite a strong deck as well, but Pirates, just one of the better aggro decks around in the format, and has seen its own evolution with GP on its way out and TF on his way in. Blue card, red card, yellow card provide a lot more value and a lot of versatility, whereas GP is very linear and dies a lot easier in the current metagame.
Yeah, your only out before used to be, okay, I can Fervor against a lifesteal, and then Aphelios has an outplay to that, which is just giving the lifesteal unit Overwhelm. So being able to get that yellow card, stop any lifesteal on a stacked up unit, quite strong. Obviously draw if you're out of gas. So it makes a ton of sense. And there are a good amount of 1 health units running around still, like Phase, Conchologist getting hit. Obviously Rockhopper. So red card can do a number as well. That's why we see it putting up such good numbers and taking some wins in the tournament today.
Do a brief recap of our current standings while we wait for the next round as well. And while we're doing it, while I'm getting that bracket loaded, I do want to give a shout out once again to Community Gaming for partnering with Master Runeterra on these tournament series and a lot of our past tournament series. They've been such wonderful sponsors, and they've been so great to the Legends of Runeterra scene. We're so grateful to them for continuing to partner with us and helping us put these on for all of you. And it looks like at the top of our standings, we have just some bad juju. Ghoster Driver, Dusk 2680, Ferretto, Lunari, Dr. Evander, and Sonicolic, and then Alexander, and then What Am I, and then Hanzo, who I believe is DQ'd now. Maybe. I don't know.
Well,
Hanzo's DM'd me, and he was like, I haven't gotten to play yet. 2 buys, and then a DQ.
What? Interesting. I was going to say we probably want to watch Ghost Driver and Juju. It looks like they're the only 2 players who are currently at 3-0. So they would be fighting for that spot, which I wonder if that would decide the winner of the tournament, and it would only be 4 rounds, but we can...
I think
check
we were
on
told
that. 5.
There have been a lot of drops.
But
though,
it seems
so I
like
don't know
the
if that
math
changes
might
things.
work out to only have 4 rounds. But either way, that's probably the match we'll be watching. Juju versus Ghost Driver. Haven't been able to see as much of Ghoster Driver this game, but or this tournament rather. But Juju, we have seen a good bit of, and a lot of cool plays. Obviously winning an Aphelios Faemir in good fashion, and doing some work with Peak as well. So look forward to seeing, not the most meta of decks being played for sure, and putting up some good performance with them.
Yeah, and I did just get an update from our TO. Unless it's like really obviously unrequired, we are going to do all 5 rounds. So we'll see after this round. And actually, Sqweebs, looks like we do have a match still ongoing. And I'll see if it's worth jumping into for the viewers, because it took us a second to get here.
Which match is going?
Ferretto versus Dusk 2680. And it's not even worth getting into. These players are both at 6 HP.
Okay, yeah, I don't even have either of them, but you could paint a word picture if you want.
Unfortunate. Well, we have a Lee Sin that's getting flocked, although there is a Spirit's Refuge that could potentially save it. And Ferretto opted to keep the Spirit's Refuge to let him then attack with his Victor and his ambush on the following turn.
Dang. Sounds like a
he's
blowout.
He's going to be able to find this open attack lethal with the ambush.
So who's going to win?
The matchup, Ferretto is going to win.
Ferretto's going to win, it looks like.
Is there a Get Excited Mystic Shot from the Tri-Beam deck? Unlikely. but Dusk is dying. Dusk died. Feretta won.
Boom. Ferretto wins. Craziest match we've ever seen here on the cast. Just nonstop action every play. And thinking we're going to get into round 4 here in a matter of minutes. Can probably hop over to a short break in the meantime. This will only be a couple minutes. Thank you guys so much for sticking through with us as we get into the later half of this tournament. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Thank you for staying tuned. We've got a great game coming up for you guys. It is going to be Lunari playing into Ghoster Driver, and Ghoster Driver currently sitting at that 3-0, Lunari sitting at that 2-1. So this is a crucial match for Lunari heading into what is going to be our a cut after this to the semis. So 2 more rounds after this. This is the final of what you would call the Swiss Open. And I don't think we have been able to catch much of Ghoster Driver this stream, so going to be cool to see what decks they are on this time.
Aphelios Zoe from the side of Ghoster Driver, and yet another Draven Scion list out from Lunari. And Draven Scion's been a deck we've seen a lot of in the past couple days, but Zoe Aphelios is one people had predicted to be the star of this new metagame. Are you a little bit surprised as I am to see that it hasn't quite taken that role? It's obviously very powerful, but I don't know if I would say that it's the top of the meta like people were predicting.
Which list?
The Zoe Aphelios one from PNC, or like by Aphelios PNC. People have played it.
Yeah, it's not as strong as I thought it would be either. I mean, you can put up good numbers with it. The money match with Kever, like playing into Sundisk, I think maybe did a little damage to the stonks of the deck. There are a few different ways to build it, which is cool for the flexibility. I like the version that runs Priestess and has a little more late game value. The versions that are like in on the Sump Dredgers and the Baboons, I think if you don't get your damage in early, it can be a little difficult to close out the game. But yeah, it's not quite at the power level that I would have thought post-patch.
Yeah. And for those of you that might be wondering why Ghoster has not included Vi in this list, it's because he's actually got Vi in another list tonight. He's a big fan of Victor Ionia and has chosen to include 2 copies of Vi over Lee Sin in that deck. Something that I'm a fan of myself. This is a bit more similar to the Dresbo pile that you might know from the ladder, including cards like Dragon's Rage and Iterative Improvement and Aftershocks and all sorts of other fun cards that make the deck a little bit harder to play against. And his last deck is Caitlyn Ezreal Tribeam. So I wonder what the bans were when matching these lineups up. As far as the game at hand goes, we do see that he's been able to start leveling up this Zoe. She's at 3 out of 10. Has a couple options to continue advancing that in hand as well, but none that he wants to play this turn would be my guess.
We see a Sump Dredger on Lunari's side as well. Probably, yeah, just going to be slamming the Revenant here. And no Equinox to be able to remove the Fearsome and that re-summon back to hand. Opting to hold back the Poros to save a blocker for Zoe. That's a nice play. And now Ghoster has the opportunity to develop Aphelios, and I would imagine we're going to see a Calibrum taken.
Yes, it was in fact Calibrum. Good read. Good estimation there, Sqweebs.
Oh, not shooting it this turn.
Holding that pail has to be a mistake then. We just took 6 free damage.
Huh. I think I would have liked to seen a shot last turn and then just like swing with everything.
Yeah, that was definitely an option.
I don't hate it.
The more I think about that, the more I like that as a way to open up this turn.
Yeah.
Your developments don't really help you a whole lot here, so I think that was probably the right line.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like, with those weapons, you want to play them more, like, reactively, I would say. So, like, use it, well, there you'd be using it proactively, but, like, then you can choose, you know, the best thing this turn. You could stun another Revenant with Gravitum or something like that, and just being able to, like, ensure a lot of damage that can't be healed on Lunari's side. There is potential, I think, to, like, summon 2 blockers at burst pretty quickly in the form of like a Chompers or something like that. Is Lunari running the Ephemeral 3-2 as well? That could make this.
I would have to check that, but I find it unlikely in this deck.
Yeah, I don't think so actually.
I think
yeah.
this was just the what am I list again.
This swing looks a whole lot less threatening than what it could have been. Could have also swung with Zoe because we have Pale Cascade back up.
So Hydros let me know that Ghoster's tiebreakers are too good to not make top cut, so this is playing for fourth effectively.
Lunari needs this win, though, I believe, right?
I think so.
Mm-hmm. I believe Lunari is 2-1, so definitely a must-win game here. You probably can't make top cut with 2-2.
Well, Hydro's telling me that it's playing for fourth, so I don't know if we're even going to get a top cut based on what he's saying. We'll see. This might just be the third, fourth place match, which is a shame, meaning that we didn't get to get the first place one up, but we'll see if we can hop into the end of that one. Ferretto's games have been going a bit longer, so who knows? Got excited, gonna be stopped by the Pale Cascade. And now the bot developed. Here we have the option for another Get Excited, and it's going to go on to the Zoe this time. Try and get her to level up prevented. And I think this is going to be successful. We may see a Pale Cascade used to dig with the Aphelios' Gifts from Beyond. The Gifts from Beyond puts her at 9, so maybe a Guiding Touch off the top would level her up. But that does involve spending the rest of our mana.
Yeah, just going to have that Zoe level up taken off the table immediately.
And Poro Cannon is a card that we've already seen, so Ghoster got to be feeling good about not trying for the Zoe level, the Zoe flip there. Recognized the odds weren't in his favor and didn't go ahead and waste resources trying to chase something that wasn't likely. Bot gonna come down, giving more discard fodder for next turn and just starting to become a threat of its own. Ignition's very good against decks that don't have any healing like the one from Lunari.
Seeing a Draven picked up, but not any Scion for big push right now. So a little, we can spam out these Revenants, but not going to have like an easy top end right now to close out the game.
Now, if you're Ghoster, you're probably going to want to start getting some healing and some value off of this Aphelios. I imagine we open the turn with the Severum. Looks like he agrees. It's going to come down on the Ballistic Bot here. What will we follow it up with? My guess would be Gravitum. But I could see an argument for Infernum here as well.
Yeah, Severum here going to be able to potentially heal back up a little bit, although sitting at 16, quite healthy right now. Don't even necessarily need the lifesteal, but cycling the weapon and advancing Aphelios level up does matter. We have a Mystic Shot to try to take care of this Aphelios. Only a Pale in hand right now won't be enough to save.
And it wasn't Burnham that was picked up earlier.
Nice. I like it. Yeah, you can stack, get more lifesteal, ensure the bot lives.
I think this is a pretty good line from the side of Ghoster. Of course, does also have this Crescent Strike here. Has the potential to go very aggressive here if he wants to.
I like also spending it on the bot and not on Aphelios, because if you try to heal up Aphelios with the lifesteal weapon, you're, in a really bad spot if a Mystic Shot or something comes down. You can't really take that line because of Guiding Touch isn't available, so I like the idea of just putting it on a bot, getting a bunch of damage through with the bot, and, maintaining a very healthy board.
But none of this is going to matter because Lunari has the Arachnoid Sentry and sandbagged it to test Ghoster Driver's greediness. And it paid off.
Yeah, I think you may have just wanted to take the swing there instead of greeting the extra ignition. You're missing out on just piles and piles of damage just to get one extra attack. So getting punished for a bit of greed there. Very nice inclusion. Again, Sentry can hit a lot of matchups, so I like it being teched into the list. Maybe a Pharos comes down here to see what big spells we can hit.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to start off this turn. Could also just go for the Draven.
I like the shooting of
Lead off with
Felios.
Mystic Shot.
Yeah, because if another weapon is played and then they have Pale, you know, you're able to save the Aphelios, but now able to remove it from the board. There is a second one in hand, of course.
And I'm sure we'll see that come down this turn as well. Which weapon do we pick in this spot? Probably just a Calibrum again. Want to be able to shoot down something that was left on the board. Present another threat turn.
Could see I mean, you do have a 3-1 that can block pretty easily. You could save the stun for something like a Scion. So yeah, this is completely fine, I think.
The brighter my light, the stronger your shadow.
Yeah, it looks like it was a Calibrum. Indeed, that was picked up here. We'll see what Ghoster opts to do. They do, of course, have the Crescent Strike available for any potential Scion later in the game. And in this spot, you gotta defend a little bit, because they're being threatened with a lot of damage.
I think you're fine to keep one of the bots back. You could Pale and block, too. Yeah, you could Pale and block there.
I think I'm always blocking one of these Twin Blade Revenants.
Oh.
Leaving them up with the Baboon at the very least. Yeah, because then we can chump block.
There you go. Yeah, I like that. There are 2 sentries in the list, which means like there is a chance that you could get stunned out from Lifesteal again next turn, but they'd have to have exactly the second copy, 15 cards into the deck, so.
Could be get excited as well to kill the bot out from under it now that you've earned your Pale Cascade. So there's a couple of punishes.
Gonna shoot the, I would imagine the 4-2 here.
Yeah, I think you shoot the 4-2 as well.
Oh, okay. Opting to shoot the 4-3. Me and Monte don't know what we're talking about.
I want to keep the 4-3 on the board as to not give them more discard outlets, I think, most of the time, right?
Yeah. It also just killing a unit that permanently dies versus one that doesn't makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But you are...
X-Tech Transmogulator. That's a pretty good pickup in this position, actually.
That's huge.
Going to be able to transform one of these bots into, well, something less threatening.
Yeah, that's huge. You just wait for weapons to stack up on it, and then you put it on a unit that hopefully doesn't die to Mystic Shot. Not going to have enough mana, though, to play out a 4-3 next turn. So if a Mystic... Oh, yeah, we have a Get Excited from Ghoster. So if enough mana is kept up here, could stop the Transmogulator from going off.
Yeah, we'll see how this turn plays out, but it's looking pretty good for Ghoster.
So Gravitum here played for 1.
Okay, it looks like we are having a top cut. I'm misunderstanding things. I apologize for the confusion. It's for 4th place seeding.
Yes, yeah. So this is for seeding, and I think also for if Lunari makes it in. I think if they lose, they're probably not in the top cut at 2-2.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how tiebreaker math works. That would be my guess, though. But they were paired up this round, so there's a chance they get through anyways.
Oh, true. Okay. But yeah, so we will be able to catch the, you know, the 1st and 2nd place match in a couple rounds here, going to a semis after this.
Stun gonna come out from Ghoster.
Graviton.
Burnham picked up.
Yeah, not able to get lifesteal this turn, but with the hand on Lunari's side, doesn't really need the lifesteal to be able to, you know, heal back up. There is 0 burn right now available.
And these options off the Pharaoh's Finance here include one of the new cards for Glory. But Shock Blast definitely has to be the right choice there. Double Stun going to come out here as well.
Wow, that's big damage being presented here.
Yeah, this looks like it worked out really well for Lunari. We'll see if they, or for Ghoster rather, we'll see if they decide to go for this Sketcher to try and find an 0-1. Instead, just going to put an Elusive down.
I like
Doing a
it.
little
This
bit of damage.
also, you know, it adds damage to the bots. It's effectively pushing, you know, 3 more, although one of the bots gets jumped out here. But this has got to be overkill for the lethal.
Yeah, I think so. If we had gone for the Transmogrifier line, do we ever survive here? I don't think so, right? I think it still ends pretty poorly.
No, we do survive, because we were -9.
So this is what losing feels like? Sucks.
Yeah,
I think we could have made it 2.
I
Yeah,
think so.
they didn't keep up enough mana to get excited, the unit, so Ghost are going to be taking that one down. And back on the desk with Monte as we wait for game 2 of this last round before Top Cut, what looks to be 3rd and 4th place. And hopping back in here, is this going to be a Draven Scion mirror, Monte?
I think it is not. It's
Nope.
Caitlyn Ezreal.
All right. Who would you give the edge to in this matchup, Draven Scion versus Caitlyn Ez?
Draven Scion, I think.
Yeah.
At least in the past. Maybe the cast play changes adjust this slightly, but I think it has to be Draven Scion because Caitlyn Ezreal just can't remove the Scion. If you can get to that point, you're just going to win. And I don't think you're feeling too threatened by this Caitlyn Tri-Beam deck that you can't survive till there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no way to obviously heal in these regions, so all the damage that Lunari puts on is going to be able to stick.
Here comes House Spider just to be able to present some blockers.
House Spider is a great card to stop some of that early damage. Although the Risen Rider potentially going to be able to push through, although we do see the Mystics in the hand of Ghoster. That means the deck that was banned out was Victor, Heimerdinger, Vi. Makes a lot of sense because it's running 3 of Eye of the Dragon for that healing.
Definitely makes a lot of sense to me as well. Lunari's hand here, though, looks pretty good. Just going to go ahead and shove some damage. I imagine we'll see a Mystic Shot fired off here. A Ghoster, including a Sumpfume's a card that we don't see too often in these Tri-Beam decks anymore.
Yeah, situationally it can be very good. Obviously advances Ezreal level up. Doesn't feel right now like there's as many cards at that 3 health break point that are as important to kill. Lantern comes to mind, Aphelios comes to mind. I guess MF. Yeah, there's kind of always some 3. But some other things have fallen out of favor, such as Gnar and Poppy, and things like that.
And that was the options there. I missed them. I have to apologize to chat, but it's a Piltover Peacemaker that was picked up, and that's going to go ahead and open up this board for Ghoster to swing in and force Lunari to play something else.
Maybe gonna play aloof here. Seems like a somewhat safe turn to play aloof. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I like this, actually.
Yeah, opting to eat the flash bomb with the chompers. Not bad.
Also sets you up for a Risen Rider.
Could have played out a Pharaohs to not eat the last flash bomb, but there is only one, so that might be playing a little scared. Have some options here this turn. Opting to take the Pharaohs, and we see another Transmogulator, Give It All, or Reckoning as the options here.
I think.
Reckoning is kind of funny. You can kill, like, pretty much every unit, but it's going to be hard for you to have a 5 attack at this point. So maybe it's Give It All.
I think it's Give It All or Transmogulator.
I help when I can. Shut up when I can.
Transmogulator is the
Transmogulator.
pick.
Yeah, and this you might just be okay discarding this, but I don't know that Give It All is doing too much for this deck.
Elusive Scion, Monty. Come on.
Wow, how's it gonna get elusive? You don't have
Poro.
an elusive. Oh, true.
Yeah.
I guess it is running Poros. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Fearsome,
it's a possibility.
Overwhelm. It's like very, very greedy. It's Transmogulator is like definitely a safer play. You can get rid of a Farron that way, which is nice.
well, I think if you're going for the Give It All, you're looking to play it next turn. So you would jam the Risen Rider here,
Yeah.
and then you would just slam it and just say you have answers or you don't.
Which, yeah, it kind of folds to a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, it does. And it could be said that it's still worth it to get all those responses out there, because then your opponent's not doing anything else, and you're kind of going even in mana. But I think it's safer to just go with the Transmogrifier and see. If you make a big unit, I'm going to take it.
It would have been better for the viewing experience had Given All be taken. That's what we're rooting for you guys. But still, have a good game here on our hands. Lunari, with the aggro deck, quote-unquote, has just a lot more cards right now. Card advantage on the board, card advantage in hand. That is the power of Rummage and Discard. Going to be taking a block and Mystic Shotting the 2-2. Why not Mystic Shot the 3-1? Oh, we're trying to get that Flash Bomb to connect.
That's
Maybe
seems a bit greedy.
taking unnecessary damage, though.
Yeah, kind of how I'm feeling in that position.
Right, some Fumes being played here can eliminate the Risen, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to take 3 damage there. And again, no Flash Bomb. So getting a little punished for that play. They're open passing on 6. You are burning more mana on Lunari's side, so could be worth it. But I really like playing aloof. Like, you want to avoid a Tri-Beam, and boom, instead of hitting a Tri-Beam, you hit Farron, but that's still pretty good. And Monty, do we have a count on that Tri-Beam?
It is at 0. It just got drawn.
Okay, yeah.
Or
So
1, rather.
that is major. That's the surprising thing about Scion, and you know, people had talked about it when the deck first came out, is like, it's an aggro deck that pushes a good amount of damage, but you just have card advantage, like, a lot of the time. Just, like, way more cards. You have draw, you have free cards, you know, you have some removal, so just gotta feel totally in control of the game here on the side of Lunari.
Sion's a deck that I haven't put nearly as much time into as I should have.
Now might be a good time, Monty.
Yeah, I think so. It definitely looks that way. It's been included in almost everybody's winning lineup, except for the first day, I think, which was like day of the patch, and we had some buggy stuff. A lot of old stuff stuck around.
So the only play here, I think, is really playing Sump Dredger onto Chompers. You don't really want to play a Scion, like, raw, just to have it die. I mean, you have a second one, but I like drawing into some other stuff. And then playing a leveled Scion next turn.
Yeah.
You could also play Scion and then discard. You could discard a Scion now.
That seems bad, though, right?
That does. I mean, like, you have 2 of them. You don't need to rush it. That's what I'm... like, from this position, you really don't need to rush. You're sitting at a cool 20 HP.
Yeah, you can just go for the Sump Dredger line this turn, right?
As long as you can kill an Ezreal, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I don't think you pass here either. You don't want to take
No, I don't
damage
think
on the
you
open.
can pass.
Yeah, this seems
it looks
good.
like Lunari was just taking their time to think out their turn and what possibilities Ghoster Driver might have in their hand. And did end up settling on the same line as Sqweeby as I did. Sqweeby and I did with the Sump Dredger open. Did pick up the second Arachnoid Soul Sentry, so makes sense to try and save a little bit of damage here and maintain your board. Still, I think maybe it would have been better to see it, just keep it a little bit longer. It also does have the added benefit of stacking up the Tri-Beam, now sitting at 3.
No, I don't like this Mystic. Yeah, you want to keep up enough to be able to kill an Ezreal. I think what I like doing here is just raw playing the Chompers as a blocker. It also gives you better outs as to not having the flash bomb hit the 3-1. Well, or you just get win a 50-50.
Easy 50-50.
But yeah, I don't mind playing the choppers there as a blocker.
If it's a people problem, I'm your man.
It's totally fine. But now you get a little rewarded with the urchin. You can toss it and still be able to play a scion.
You got to be happy about that.
Don't.
The options for the transmogulator were Reckoning, Hextech, Hextech's transmogulator, and the final card was an unlicensed innovation. So I think in this spot, the transmogulator is another decent one.
Yeah, I like not playing Scion first too, because then you would tap under being able to kill a leveled Ezreal. Okay, just gonna opt to try to push a bunch of damage here. I don't know about this line. Like, now what if they play Scion next turn?
Well, what if they play Scion here?
You do have Scorched and a Ping, but, I mean, what is that sitting at? 3, Monte?
4.
4 on the Tri-Beam? Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal to play out everything here. This stun is totally fine, though. As long as you have 5 damage to kill Ez, you're in a good spot. Now you're preventing a lot of damage from being taken. We see a Tri-Beam coming down. This is like the big swing turn for them. A Flock here would be nice to be able to remove the Chompers, but... Oh, Scalping hit is massive.
This might change the pace of the game now.
I mean, you could shoot it. You can also transmog it.
You can level your Draven this turn as well.
I think playing Draven is the best play, yeah.
Because what are they going to do? Not attack?
Yeah. You're not... I mean, they're on 2 cards. Unless it's another Farron in hand, you're doing great.
And you know one of the cards was created off of the...
Oh, true. It's one... Yeah,
Arrows.
it's 1 card from main deck.
Now, I personally am a big fan of trying to level up Draven in this spot. I don't think we need to use our burn.
No, you don't need
We
to.
can just use the survival skills. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think they're saving it for Scion, but...
It doesn't work against Scorched, right?
Exactly, yeah. So I like your line more. And you level a Draven. Seems pretty good. We might end up playing it here anyway. And you could block a 3-4 with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I think...
no need to burn our Mystic Shot in this spot.
Yeah, now we can't deal with an Ezreal. Bit of a misplay there, but still way out in front of this.
Time for the moneymakers.
Yeah, could have done this earlier. Taking 7 here. But Scion coming down leveled is major, and now there's no ping to activate the Scorched. Actually huge.
We'll see what happens and how this ends up. No, I mean, this Scion's just going to end the game, right?
There's no
not
chance.
Much.
Yeah, no
There's
chance.
no shot. No shot.
No shot.
Ghoster is... Yeah, unfortunately, we just missed the Tri-Beam early. Weren't able to get it big enough. Had a really good roll off of the 4-drop Tri-Beam, don't get me wrong, but it feels bad when you're just not able to get on the board or take advantage of your tempo swings as this Caitlyn deck. And Scion, of course, just going to be able to stall out, reach this point where they can drop the Scion, and you're out of removal, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Watch your toes.
Flock the Draven, sure.
My axe is getting cold.
But pushing just heaps and heaps of damage here. And you still have removal. I think top deck Ez is like the only way out of the game. And that's not it. Taking a swing here. Gonna be able to push 5, pushing 4, push them down to 9. And with the options available in hand for Ghoster, not gonna be possible to close out the game from this HP total. And Lunari opting to just spend the second Scion. Yeah, you can do this. I mean, if it is Ezreal in hand, you are a little bit worried about burn.
Yeah, I think this is a good heads-up play. I'm a fan of it.
You're also always getting to rally. There's no way they're going to be able to stop the ephemeral. The only way would be to stun on this turn.
And here comes Scorched Earth. This is going to kill the Scion, but the Scion returned is also going to be able to be eliminated. But the rally will be enough, I believe, with the Draven and the Axis.
Revenant. Yeah, you can replay Revenant, right?
Not to mention all the burn in hand.
Right. Only needs to find one more point of damage. I mean, you have to thermo the Scion here. Yep. Play out Draven. We play an Axe.
And here come the GG emotes.
Yeah, Ghost Driver aware that the Revenant is in hand. Gonna let him swing in for the full amount, showing the Mystic. I like showing the Get Excited as well.
Be perfectly in sync.
And that, back on the caster desk now. That is going to take us to 1-1 in this round 4. So we're going to see a game 3, Ghost Driver versus Lunari.
I'm excited for it. I can't wait to see what these players have in store for us in this last game of the series. And as they're queuing up, it looks like it's going to be the Pantheon on the side of Lunari.
Pantheon versus Kate. This is where I would have to give the edge to Kate. Scorched coming in on Pantheon is huge. And the bombs activating Flock has got to matter as well.
Yeah, there's Scorched and for Pantheon and Taric as well in this list from the side of Lunari. Taric can definitely be problematic for these tempo decks. The double rally is just so incredibly strong. Saga Seeker, a good way to start off this game.
Tribeam in hand for Ghoster off the rip, so going to be able to see that stacked up this turn. And no Sharp Sight or anything like that here. Maybe play the Goat, but opting to just get in 1 chip damage. Maybe find some protection with the next top deck. So we see a second Goat picked up. Yuumi is in the hand. Attaching here, going to be able to stop the swing outside of any damage being committed. So could go for a Thermo here, and then swing with the Caitlyn. Opting to just swing with the Caitlyn and bluff Mystic Shot. Lunari calling out Ghoster on that bluff, potentially.
You can't really afford to take that block. Because even if they don't bluff it, they're gonna have some sort of damage-based removal afterwards, and they don't really care about losing the Caitlyn if it got that attack in and work towards the tri-beam progress, right? But if you do care about losing this unit. You've invested a Yuumi on it, you've invested some spells on it, it's started to grow, and that's why you're gonna be sad when this happens anyways.
Yeah, I think you can't. Yeah, I also agree you can't take it there. Just an interesting line because there was nothing to stop it. Lunari obviously thinking about it there for a second, but committing the damage onto this unit is going to mean that Scorch would be able to clean it up. Ooh, the double Goat line. This is cool. Applying max pressure here maybe a stun comes out. Can't really afford to play Station Archivist here. You don't have enough mana to use whatever you hit from it. Passing again.
Interesting.
Gonna force Caitlyn into a block, I would imagine. This is a lot of damage being presented on turn 4. So I would imagine we see a flock here. What do you think, Monte? Or is it just a scorched angle?
I think it's a scorched angle. That way you're not priced into committing both, but I'm not 100% sure. Looks like Ghoster's going to go for the flock. And we'll see if Lunari decides to respond and push this out of range.
I think you commit the sharp sight here. You don't want to use the guiding because it can be used to actually save another unit later from Scorched. Whereas there's a full 3 damage right now. And yeah, Lunari thinking the same thing. All right, I'm going to buff it up to 6. And now definitely want to be committing that Scorched. We see it coming down. Still going to be taking 3. Caitlyn is going down.
I don't know if you're totally happy with the way this played out as your Ghoster.
Yeah, I think you might have wanted to use a stun there.
Yeah.
Although stun
of course,
is like...
keeping the stun, yeah, it's super valuable for when Pantheon comes down, right, Sqweebs?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it just
you don't
feels...
want to let that guy get in either. Or
feels...
Taric after a rally.
Yeah.
It does feel really bad, but it's not the worst thing. We did find another Caitlyn here, so we've got to be feeling good about that.
It's either... Yeah, I like the Bright Steel. Get a trigger. You can bank full. Make them have a Mystic. Now you, I think, get a good read that they don't have a Mystic or anything. Although you could still have Sharp Sight, I guess, to... Oh, that's funny. I can control it. What the...
Yeah, I found that out the other day, too. It is really interesting.
Who do I want to put it on?
Let's put it on the goat.
All right. We might have just won Lunari the match with that pick. Putting it on the goat here, going to be able to get it buffed up. Damage a piece on each of them. And going to heal up the goat. Maybe even heal the... Yeah, I like it. Taking the flock option off the table. Forcing blocks.
And this feels really bad if you're Ghost or Driver.
Taking a full 7 is very scary. Ezreal sitting on only 3 out of 6 at the moment, with 4 flash bombs in the deck.
I think we have
What is that tri-beam looking like, Monte?
It should be at 6.
Okay. So maybe try to work up the tri-beam to a big 8 hit. Yeah, and then play that next turn.
8 is a good number. Yeah. It's a really good number for tri-beam. I imagine we lead off with the stun in this spot, so that way we can get a big tri-beam turn. Or maybe we just play the Ezreal out. He's also getting pretty close to leveled. Now at 4.
Pantheon gonna be able to level this turn. I think you want to go for a tri-beam line. Oh. Are we gonna have enough mana now? We're on 9. No, so we're not. Huh.
Yeah, I think with the second sentry picked up, I think we almost always want to try beam line there, right?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, you like the deck kind of relies on these big tempo plays, and facing Lunari with 9 HP, you got to imagine you're not good here a lot of the time.
That line also had the added benefit of leveling up our Ezreal for our next turn.
Yeah, which is like then maybe how we find enough like burn to close it out. Yuumi currently sitting on 1 out of 3, so this would level Yuumi on the next swing. Bluffing. Oh no. Actually considering playing the transmog there. Would that put Yuumi back in the hand?
So I think what'll happen here is we'll play the transmog to turn the Pharos into a... Oh, decided not to. It would have reset the Yuumi. It would have killed it.
Back to hand, right?
Well, what the transmog does... Actually, I didn't catch when they were doing it that way. I think it doesn't change anything. I think it stays on the unit, and it just retains the +2/+2 that it's getting from Yumi. But I think what does happen in that spot is that we get a 7/4 goat if we do it the other way, and then we're threatening to kill the unit.
Stand this way. A man against all gods.
Because you can transform either way, right?
Yeah. What are we hitting here? Challenger, Overwhelm, Fury. These are not great. I mean, Quick Attack Challenger is decent. Seeing the way this turn played out, though, just we didn't push any damage yet. We didn't remove a unit yet. Now we're losing to a Sharp Sight with an
Pantheon
unleveled
came down,
Ezreal. Just
and
feels,
we're not even gonna.
Yeah.
The Pantheon came down, and we're not even gonna get to stun it. So these stuns are just sitting in our hands, dead. It definitely feels bad.
Yeah, this is gotta feel like the worst sort of case scenario for Ghoster. Kind of just playing into Lunari's hand here.
Just dead on open, right?
Yeah.
Sunk cost, though. Tough means that's not even gonna do a thing.
Do you ever heal? Oh,
I think you have a.
interesting. Yeah, oh, there it
Yumi
is.
level.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
Yumi level comes through.
Time to turn the page, book.
Yeah, this was very well played by Lunari, and Ghoster stumbled a little bit and failed to find the turn they needed to get that Tri-Beam off.
So that is Lunari going to be able to take it down 2-1 over Ghoster.
Shake the heavens.
Back on the caster desk with Monte. Wrapping out
serious
round
sweeps.
4 here. Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that I think Ghoster was 3-0 going into that set. So probably still good for the top 4 at a 3-1 score. So we may be seeing more of them.
The other game is still ongoing. If you want to jump into Juju's side really quickly, we can catch the end of this, I think.
Sounds good to me. Let me pull up that perspective.
Looks like Ferretto might actually... Oh, opting to reset the faded... There's an 11/11 Saga Seeker with a Yumi attached to it. That's
Oh
being
my
reset by
God.
Lee Sin right now.
Okay, we're
And we
hopping
have
in right
Pantheon.
now. And yeah, I see the 11/11. We see a Pantheon with elusive, overwhelm, regen, fearsome. It's the Ferretto swinging with pretty scary looking Victor.
And the Bastion.
Enter your
Well, I guess I'll wait for stream to catch up. It's
Yes.
interesting that how much faster the animations played out to catch you up to real time.
Yeah,
It's weird that it starts you in on the spectate session at the start.
I think it like puts me in where I request and then like starts me from there. And like, yeah, so like once you put in the request, it takes you there. So just gonna remove spell shield here and then gonna hit it with the barrier. So not doing a ton there, but Victor gonna be able to level next turn with that next Hex Core.
Yeah. And I think that'll have to be what we see played out here. There's an argument to maybe go for Oro Cannon. Now,
Yep.
Victor has to block with the barrier, and then you're healing, and then you cast a second spell, and Lee Sin is getting barrier and not dying either. But then you're dying to these concerted strikes, right?
Yeah, you're still taking damage. There is a deny up, so I would imagine we just see double concerted committed here. And we get the faded
Yeah.
proc, and if we remove Victor with the faded proc, that's just going to be enough, right?
Yep.
Okay, yep, getting the barrier here. So you're losing by 1 right now. Or rather, putting Teferetto to 1. So yeah, you commit this. You get double faded procs, which is great. And now you're way overkilling. And then we expect to see the deny. So good on Juju for keeping up that perfect 10 mana point for this turn. That was crucial. If they didn't have 10 mana here, they could potentially be losing on the swing back next turn.
Juju's been playing very well tonight. Very, very well. If this goes through and they close it out, I would imagine that's the last game. This is the last game in our final round. And if they're able to close it out, I think that makes them the only undefeated player going into the finals, going into the top cut.
That's pretty strong. Oh, Juju with the Vi emote.
Bye
And the
from
what?
Arcane. Who let her into this game? I thought she was a different universe. Fun fact.
She's
Arcane
Marvel.
is not canon. Yeah.
The gods see they can bleed.
And
Hey,
switching
they didn't
back.
make a Vi comic.
Oh, true.
That's Ash. Ash is Marvel property now, I guess.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
There's an Ash comic. There's a Lux comic. There's
Oh my god.
a Zed comic, I think. They're not bad, actually. Those are some of the better pieces of lore, in my opinion. But I guess that's because they got Marvel to do them. But yeah, that was a good way to end out our... maybe it's still going.
Yeah, I'm waiting here to see if we can jump into another game from them. Although that might just be the end of round 4 before we head into a top cut and have the semis into the finals. Juju looking extremely strong. Only player right now sitting at a 4-0 if that was in fact the last match.
It was.
So
I don't see Ferretto online anymore.
great. Let's see if we can dive into any other game that's happening. But yeah, guys, that might be it.
Yeah, so I think we'll head to a quick break before the top cut. Our players usually take about 5 minutes. We give them a little bit of time if they want it. So we'll take a little break and we'll be back with the top cut action. We'll run you guys through the bracket and our top 4 when we come back. Till then.
Stay tuned. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us, doing some organizational stuff behind the scenes, and we are now in the top 4 of the tournament, so playing for that first and second prizing here, and we are jumping into a match of Just Some Bad Juju, who has been dominating at 4-0 through the Swiss rounds, playing into Alexander. So, I don't know about you, Monty, but personally, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that Targon's Peak gameplay. That is peak gameplay to me for sure.
Peak is definitely an added bonus for spectating Juju today, but the real deck that I want to see is the Aphelios one that he piloted to great success in the mirror against Grave Trail earlier. That was a phenomenal game, and I'd like to see more of that. I think it was Grave he was played against back then. But
yeah,
we did see an Aphelios mirror, and that was so entertaining to me. I can't wait to see more of that. Hopefully these guys will be able to get their bans done shortly, and looks like they're coming through right now. We're getting into Gabe, and it is Peak, Sqweeby. You got your wish.
Let's go. Not a deck I play myself. You got to admit it's fun to watch. I mean, it is.
It is.
It's Hearthstone. We're playing Hearthstone at this point, but in our favorite card game. So it's quite fun to watch, and there are some interesting decision points too. Obviously, you can high roll, but when we were looking at the leveled Asol and, do you pick a Celestial? Do you put down a big 8-drop? Like, there are some decision points to be made, and it's extremely hard to play if you don't find Peak early. So, not going to be a problem this time around. Juju is sitting on that Peak, and a little bit of stun potential as well, just like holding him off with the Stun Hawk as well as the Tavern Keeper. And Alexander electing to just pitch the survival skills there. Do you like that play, Monte?
I would have definitely just played Night Urchin down, but Alex going really aggressive here. I don't think you needed the draw off of that, and I probably would have even sought to keep developing. Peak doesn't really have many options, and I guess you ended up with more damage just with the open attack because they did have the Zoe, but most of the time they're not going to. Playing around that Stun Hawk also did something, I guess. Listic Bot comes down now, and the second Boro will be able to give it +1, so it looks like it never got nerfed.
I'm happy with the way they did change it. 2 health would have been a little too weak in my opinion, so having to stack that attack up from 0 definitely doesn't kill the card. Obviously, we see it being played here, and not opting for Rumble, although now you could hit the Rumble on the Ignition and the Poros, not feel too bad about it.
And I like discarding the Scion, giving Rumble. Giving Rumble Overwhelm is super critical, super key. One of the reasons to play this version of the deck over a more traditional one of either Rumble or Scion. This blend gives you access to a very different play pattern.
Gonna be just trading out the Zoe, trading out the Voices. Although if you trade out Voices here, you're not gonna be able to play Peak next turn. Although I think if you are playing Peak next turn, you're staring down just a ton of damage, right?
Yeah, I think you do need to be going for this healing, getting yourself back on board with the... I missed the options there, but the Scourge is a big potential game ender. Can be very, very valuable with the Targon's Peak, especially since it has Overwhelm, or a Challenger.
Well, and yeah, giving the entire board Overwhelm is going to be able to close out the game pretty quickly. Oh my god, just throwing the Peak down. I mean, you do have access to 7 healing in hand. Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, you're going to get a free big thing next turn. You've got 3 10 costs in hand. If you hit Shihu, you're just annihilating their board.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a little bit too slow nonetheless. This that Station Archivist showed 5 spells, and one of those 5 spells was in fact Might. So all of this damage is going to get to go through, and I think Alexander is guaranteed to win here.
Oh, Might off the top is nutty. You're going to be able to push... Yeah, I mean, I think you commit it.
We're alive at 2, I believe.
Yeah, we are alive at 2. Like, if it's committed here, then we still live with 1. and then you die to Ignition, but then you can play Tavern. Oh, no, you can't play Tavern Keeper. Oh, yeah, so if it's committed here, Juju is going to die. Yep. So then you have to go for the Star Shaping. I like putting it on the bot so that a freeze doesn't just get rid of all your damage. Still allows Rumble to level.
Eka Yordo going to be generated here and discounted and buffed up.
Oh, yeah, wait, no, my math was off. Yeah, so you could still, you have it, yeah, you're living it too.
Your favorite star. I created it.
0 cost Acel. A lot of good options to hit here. Really don't want it to hit the Voices or the Tavern Keeper.
It kind of needed to be the Scourge.
Scourge would be huge. I think that might be able to win the game if it's a Scourge. Oh, okay, hitting the Obliterate is something.
This also works out because we generated the Meteor Shower, right? So we can pop the Spell Shield on the Rumble.
Looks like Tristy can use a good wash.
One drop, and I'll scrap you.
Now you kill the Ballistic Bot, I believe. And pop the Spell Shield on the Rumble, and then you follow that up with an Obliterate. And that's the best thing you can do for this turn.
Maybe you play out Sketcher and Voices and get max blockers.
I think this is going to save you more damage overall, though, because that Rumble does have Impact 2. He's going to
and the Overwhelm. Yeah, because of the Overwhelm. Yeah. Yeah, this seems good. Ooh, 6 mana hit there.
That's perfect one. I like this attack from Juju. The Acel is going to threaten to push some damage. Alexander probably should just hit okay.
Yeah, I think you want to keep max blockers up for sure. Playing out the 6 cost here. Okay.
I wonder how this works. I wonder if you still get a copy of the unit when this dies.
I don't think so, because it's Obliterate. Yeah.
Well, to play me discard... Well, in this case, we're not going to find out. But in this case, because it discarded a Reborn Grenadier...
Right.
All it says is discard a card. Discard a card when I die. Resummon or whatever. Exact wording is, to play me, discard a unit. Summon an exact copy of the discarded unit is your last breath effect. So I think it would generate a Reborn Grenadier even after it dies there. This attack comes through, though, and Juju doesn't have the answer.
Yep.
Goes down in game 1.
Peak. Not closing out the game there. Just a lot of aggression being put on. Could have played the Kindly Tavern Keeper and, look to stall out potentially a little bit more. But we did see it earlier that if you're able to slam that peak early, get a good hit, you can just close out the game extremely fast. So, no freeze, though, no heal, on those later turns, and that is going to be enough to close out the game. So, jumping into round 2 here, back onto the peak, playing into Jace Lux, a deck that I have been loving. I think Dave Bow has recently warmed up to the deck as well.
Yeah. Recently, you say,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Picked
believe
it up
he
in the
has
last
become
hour or so.
quite well acquainted with the deck. But yeah, I'm excited to see Juju run it back on the peak. Glad we're going to get to see more of this. Mage Seekers, Pharaoh's Financiers, Thermal Beams. This opener looks pretty decent from the side of Alexander too, but maybe not quite as swarmy as you'd like it to be able to pressure this peak deck.
Is there a rally being run in Alexander's list? That is a card is a one of I've personally been enjoying. I am running Dave Bow's version of it, but it offers some cheeky ways to find lethal. Maybe you get some back-to-back value, or get double swing with the full buffed-up Jace board.
I'm a fan of it myself. I'm just waiting for Alexander's list to load on my end here, and I will let the chat know if it's available. But it can be very, very powerful against these peak decks because they do struggle to put units on the board, and they're forced to chump block, and then, well, once you've chump blocked and you spent your whole mana, the rest of your mana developing those units, you're very vulnerable to a second attack. And there is the single Golden Aegis. There's also a 1 of Hextech Anomaly, which is some spice.
Whoa, that is serious spice.
I love it.
So we see Sketcher discarding the second Targon's Peak. Got to be a read there for Alexander that Peak is in the hand. And you probably Moonsilver Targon's Peak and then play Sketcher discarding Divergent Paths. That's what I would imagine this turn, just so you get a 50-50 onto hitting the Aesol.
Denounce magic.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
You could also discard Voices. Yeah.
Here, I guess you take the
Here's
Charger.
my constellation.
I like Equine, because these 3/2s can get quite big.
Yeah. It's not bad either.
Maybe we see a Mystic and a Thermo. Oh, okay.
I like this. It's an aggressive line. It's going to enable us to push a lot of damage this turn.
Going to be able to push 8 this turn. And 1 in 3 chance at hitting Aesol. 2 in 3 chance at hitting useless cards, really. Not a lot to do here. We need to bink this Aesol. Oh, and we bink it! That is peak gameplay.
That is peak gameplay indeed, Sqweebs. We'll see if it can be enough to help Juju stabilize once again. Does have the Zoe available to him now as well, and can play this Voice of the Risen. But then our hand's only going to be this Great Beyond.
I like
the
picking Destroyer, so you're able to play it next turn, guaranteed.
Does Peak take your top deck card into account as well?
I don't think so, no.
So then we could have isolated it, right? Just play the rest of the hand.
Yeah, we could have. Yeah, totally.
I mean, I'm not a Peak player. So
I don't know if Aesol generates first, though. That's something I'm not sure.
Yeah. So maybe this was correct, just because it was just safer.
I assume that was not.
Also, do we attack with Zoe in this position? I guess we do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Could have gone for a Mystic Shot or something, but tapping under 2 mana this turn does matter. Oh, you can play Serpent. So, yeah, I guess you're right. We could have isolated better. Yeah, we definitely...
The Destroyer's still good.
It's great. It's definitely good, but, yeah, I think the 9 cost would have been just a more guaranteed lethal.
Yeah. There's no guarantee that we were going to hit this Serpent, though. So
Right.
But, of course, we didn't have to attack with the Zoe in that case.
Exactly. Okay, so yeah, it hits before anything else, before Aesol generated, and having a Destroyer, we've got 2 of them to play out here with healing available. Gonna be very difficult for Alexander to come back from this. Yes, you can transmog one of them, but there is just a second one in the hand.
Yeah, the transmog available here to the side of Alexander is going to be able to deal with 1, as you said, Sqweebs, but the second one should be able to seal the deal. And then, of course, Aesol is going to be creating things of his own every single turn. And at this point, we have the mana to play most of it.
How can someone be so boring?
She kicks, huh?
Yeah, Jace currently sitting at, what is it, 0, right? Yeah, 0 out of 2 level progress. You don't need Zoe. I mean, you can full trade pretty much. Just chump block a 3-2, I guess. Block a... I kind of like blocking the unsilenced 3-2 with Aesol.
Yeah?
Because this way, you'd be able to kill it. If a 6 mana cost is played. I guess back-to-back, maybe? No, back-to-back still wouldn't do it, right?
I like the full block. It's just...
We could have killed the
thing
one
you
that
can
isn't
do.
silenced, though.
Oh.
It doesn't matter too much, but...
Yeah, well, if it... Yeah, you don't want it turned I guess even if it turns on, you're not dying, right?
Yeah, just like it having
So.
Challenger. It really doesn't matter, but I think you probably could have killed that one. But in this spot, going to be leveling the Aesol, double Destroyer out. Not going to have a chance at burn lethal.
I created galaxies faster than this.
Oh, burn lethal chance indeed. Just too high HP. We'll see if Alexander decides to go for this line, and it looks like he's going to. I think it has to be correct. This will transform the Destroyer into a 4-2.
Oh, but it gets Challenger. Maybe that... I don't know.
Just need a galaxy destroyed.
I don't think you have another option, right?
No, yeah. I'm wondering if maybe that's why he kept it alive. The Challenger one? To get Challenger? I don't know.
Play around Transmog?
Yeah, I don't,
2-5 head?
that would be crazy smart.
It wouldn't surprise me.
My, how they stay.
Okay, we can safely open here, like, every time.
You have no alibi.
Single into Concerted would be the save.
Yeah, there's just not enough.
Yeah, there's not enough. Just showing the hand. This is what you beat. And Juju, again, with the peak. Bringing it home. Didn't find a win game one, but pulls it out in the second against Lux Jace.
You've been
Yeah,
wonderful.
very well played by Juju to take out Alexander's Lux Jace. We'll see what this game 3 has in store for us now. Could be the Tribeam. What's Juju on? Aphelios, and what's his last list? Scion as well, I think.
I'm gonna wait until I see
checking.
these decks, and then I'm gonna sound smart. Nope, we're seeing
Pantheon.
Pantheon into the Lux Jace.
I think it's Pantheon. Yeah.
Who would
It is
you
Pantheon.
give the edge to
I-
here, Monte?
Think this is slightly. I don't know. It's Demacia, and they're both big Demacia.
But one is bigger Demacia.
Is it?
I think Pantheon's bigger Demacia.
I don't
I think
know.
Pantheon
it's-
just eats other Demacia decks.
Maybe, but Lux Jace can like go 6 wide, which is something that Pantheon struggles with.
That would be the win con, I think, for them, is to go 6 wide. Maybe catch
Dave
a
Bo's in the
rally.
chat. I'm sure Dave Bo's in the chat. He's always in the chat. He is in the chat. He'll tell us when we get here.
Tell us what you guys think. Gift a sub to Monty's Twitch if you think that Jace Lux is favored. Gift a sub to Sqweeby's Twitch if you think that Panth is favored. And we see the White Flame coming down here on turn 3. Vanguard Sergeant in response. So already getting that 6-cost spell, and the curve is looking juicy here on the side of Alexander. Has a Jace. Has a Jace. Has a Lux. But Juju, no slouch, has the Yuumi and the Panth in hand as well, so some options here. No Zenith, though, which we would really like to see. Never mind, it shows up right on time. Zenith Blade coming through, prismatic out. That's how you know that Juju's a true Panth gamer, and I would expect to see it played here. Any potential for removal of this? No.
Nope. Nope. Nothing that can be done with the hand of Alexander in this position. Looks like Juju is kind of on his way to continuing this undefeated streak. The Jace has come down now, but there's no 6-cost spells that you really want to be casting here. This Shock Blast is a second Jace. The Fort Demacia is okay, but there's no point in casting it after your opponent's attack. It's not going to save you any HP in this position.
Yeah, I like playing the Lux here. You get a laser next turn. You can probably play out the... It's a Mage Seeker, right? Is the name? Yeah, Mage Seeker,
Yes,
and
it
then
is.
play the Fortamacia. No strike spells in hand right now. You do have the Hush on the side of Juju, but I think open Hushing might be an overcommit.
Yeah, I think so as well. Here, I would imagine we're just going to go for the Vanguard Sergeant into the Fort Demacia, and then see a swing come out.
I mean, putting damage on the dragon might be worth it with the Mage Seeker.
Get through it eventually, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't hate putting damage on it. You can like do a double shock blast at some point. Yeah, they're in agreement. I think you do kind of want to stack a little bit on it, and maybe you play Panther 3 out of 5. You could play Panther potentially. It gets lasered though. Oh,
I kind of just assumed the Jace was Challenger because Dave Boat was telling me most often you're taking Challenger, but
I think it should have been Challenger, because when you get the Jace spell, you're already getting quick attack rate. So you kind of want to guarantee Challenger. Could be relevant in a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely could be. We'll see if it ends up being relevant.
You definitely want to take a block here, otherwise you could potentially be dead on the open. And opts to pass it back. I mean, oh, you could get final sparked. I think maybe you just shoot it. Get rid of the barrier?
I think you always just... I don't know.
Maybe you pass? You can push, what, 14? Or no, you can push more than 14. Like if you don't...
Yeah, you
just go like
just
this.
pull here.
Oh, you don't want... Oh, I see. Wait, yeah, no strike spell,
this
huh?
is
Holy.
lethal,
Yeah, no, go for
technically.
it. You got it. Alexander, do it.
Well-
Full send.
It forces the hush.
The hush, yeah. I like it. It's hush or strike spell or bust. You're already at 20. Killing from 20 here is a cool line. Damn, this is really looking like a Sqweeby play. Doing the same thing 4 times over and then last second deciding to do something else. That's a favorite line of mine to take.
Yeah, I do a lot of these plays myself. It's hard to figure out how you want to navigate this position.
I mean, I like removing the barrier. I think it disincentivizes a swing this turn.
I think so too. But
But
nonetheless,
killing at 20 is pretty tempting.
this does give you the option to go for something to develop if you're Juju, which he most certainly will. I don't think there's any reason to keep this Saga Secret back. But Pantheon, you kind of expect to have some strike spells at some point, so I don't hate this line from Alexander. Like, I don't think it's a bad, misinformed line at all. I think it just so happens that in this case, well, you force Juju to have exactly one answer, which is the hush, and that's in his hand.
But actually, if we get hushed, we have double Mystic in hand. So we would
Yep.
just have lethal next turn, right?
Yeah, but
It
it
would
plays
seem-
around all the strike spells, right?
will not prevail.
If there's a single strike spell coming out from the side of Juju, you're in a bad spot.
But
Before the Saga Secret development, anyways.
he could still with barrier just strike, like when you play the ping, right? And still get the value. And
Yeah, I
remove a
guess so.
unit. So I think it is correct to just full swing there for 20 and then have Mystic shots.
Yeah.
You're not losing the hush, you're only losing to a strike spell. And now you're just losing on open? Yeah, Alexander had a line to win. It was a
quite.
difficult line. Is this
You have
enough?
to single combat the Jace with the double Mystic shot, I think.
That doesn't do enough. Yeah, I think Alexander actually... I mean, that's a situation where... I think it's really hard to tell in-game that you have it. But if you go back and review, it is only a strike spell you're losing to. You're not actually losing to Hush. So, very, very, very close there. And that means that Juju, again, showcasing the power of Panth and Peak, going to be able to take it home for that one, move on to the finals at a strong 5-0.
Yes, and chat is talking about how Jace Lux has been innovated. Dapo and Card Gamer are thinking about adding Boom Baboons. to
Oh,
the deck
interesting.
To help it go 6 wide faster. For Demacia and Yia had a baby, I guess, is what they're saying. And I think that's a very apt way to put it. I wonder, do you think the other side of this top cut is still going? We have
Let's
Pareto
take a
versus
peek.
Luna. Let's see. 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 Let's see Ferretto is still in game. Do you have Lunari?
Oh, definitely have Lunari.
We can get into this to bring you guys as much of this top cut action as we possibly can. Then it looks like it's Tri-Beam losing to Xristo would be my guess.
Oh,
it is Xristo. But actually, I might have spoken too soon. This does look rather close. No, I think this will. Yeah. The Talia has overwhelmed the the Arsenal has overwhelmed and spell shield. There's not much Tri-Beam's going to be able to do from this position.
Looks like
going down.
We've got a bug of a 0 cost or 0 round sarcophagus on board. But yeah, this is just a lot of damage being presented here. Too much for Ferretto to bear, and that means Lunari gonna take it down over the Kate. Not sure. Could have been round 3.
What a great day.
We'll see. We're back on the desk, and we'll see if we can jump into the next part of that. If not, that means we're moving to the finals.
I think it might not be, because I did see Ferretto emoting at the end there, and it looked like a frustration emote. Oh, it is. I hear it going. Looks like we got a game 3.
Game 3.
And it's Pantheon versus Scion? No, Pantheon versus Tri-Beam.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is another close one. Last time we saw this, we saw it go the way of Pantheon, but it can definitely go in Tri-Beam's favor.
Yeah, I thought I'd be giving Tri-Beam the edge a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Keeping Yuumi in the opener, I think a Pantheon was kicked. Double Static Shock for Ezreal Progress, but no Tri-Beam in the opener.
Onwards.
Good early game setup from the side of Lunari. Of course, did get that Saga Secret down. Has a goat to back it up. Has Yuumi to place on it if they want. Lots of choices here. We'll see what they decide to do. Looks like it's going to be that Yuumi. Caitlyn from the side of Ferretto, though, is going to be able to put on some pressure here. I imagine we might see a Tri-Beam played out early here. Yep, looks like it is.
Oh, this is the same spot we saw earlier, except they elected to do the thermo after the swing.
Let's investigate.
No flock or anything in hand, so definitely wants to just like guarantee that this Caitlyn is going to be able to get through. And 3 damage is a very notable break point because you're not able to hit it with Guiding Touch to prevent flocks or anything like that. So definitely just negates a bit of the power of guiding in this list. And I don't think you are ever taking this block on the side of Lunari.
I think you might. Getting this Caitlyn off the board is really good, and this unit's already damaged.
Oh, going with the guiding
touch.
block. Okay, yeah. You could have done it.
It's really close. I think because of the way the rest of this hand looks, you don't want to you want to space out your triggers.
Exactly.
You're kind of lacking triggers, so
yeah.
I think you end up going this way. But
and also
really
you
close.
like get the Yuumi level. Oh, if you open only. Now you don't get a Yuumi level. I think you want to swing there.
I think you're okay here now. You got the goat down. You're going to be able to generate a gem in this position. That's going to heal it, and that's going to let you beat stuff like Flock and Scorched Earth with
that's
Guiding
true.
Touch.
Yeah, that's huge.
So I think this worked out much better for Lunari.
You do want to heal it, though, here. Yeah, not waste a mana.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was always mortal.
Don't blink or you miss me.
Ezreal comes down. Ferretto slowly working towards his champion's level up progression. 2 out of 6 for the Ez, and Caitlyn has seen one trap activate. Foiling the goat's plans of healing the Saga Seeker back up and keeping it protected from the Scorched Earth. As far as this matchup wants to play out, though, there's no Tri-Beam on the side of Ferretto, and that means that he's very, very heavily reliant on these champions that he's got on the board and can't afford to let them go down. The Scorched Earth means that this Yuumi Saga Seeker is almost never going to get through, though.
Well, with that heal, this guiding touch is going to let it go through, right? Like, if we guiding it here, it goes back up to full? No. Oh, it's still off. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of big. Healed it just to get a draw. Passing. Okay. So, yeah, wants to keep this Scorched option up, but now you could be worried about a Bastion, although you still do have Static Shocks here. I think it's looking pretty good for the side of Xristo. You have a fairly clear game plan of remove the only unit that the Panth has, play a aloof, try to hit a Pantheon or something, and then you have a Farron in a couple turns, and you have both champs on board. So, looking like a pretty big uphill climb here for Lunari.
You know what's really funny?
What's up?
We can still beat this Scorched Earth with our hand. If you hush your own Saga Seeker, it's gonna return to full health.
Oh, beautiful. Wait, that would be sick. You don't have strike spells, but I think that's fine. Yeah, you might want to hush it. Hush it, but then they can ping it, right? Still?
No, because the Yumi buff is still applied.
But what if they static here afterwards? That would do it, right?
Yeah, it would. It would.
I like the hush play, though. That's heads up. I guess you pale and maybe try to draw into Bastion?
Bastion. Yeah.
Is that the only out? You don't have another unit.
You do have a Yumi.
I mean, yeah. Ooh, rally. Not what you want to see. Hand looking a little brick.
Yeah, I think you're prized into just playing out this Yumi as a unit now.
A good death.
Open attack gonna come through from Xristo. Now, if I'm Xristo, I'm feeling like I'm in a really good spot here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no Tri-Beam in hand, so props to Xristo for, like, still looking pretty strong without a Tri-Beam. But, yeah, the Scion is going to be back-breaking for Lunari to deal with, and we see an aloof coming through. Discards one of the rallies. Not exactly what you want to hit, but didn't draw Lunari into Panth, which is what you want to see. Panth currently sitting at 4 out of 5, but taking a little bit of vacation, not in the top 15 of the deck.
There's a goat, but still not what you want to be seeing from the side of Lunari. Really do need to be getting to those power cards like the Pantheon now, and don't even have any more draw options.
Oh! I mean, I guess you play Yumi here, but yeah, like, what do you do when they play Farron?
Cry yourself to sleep.
I think you wanted to burn the mana?
I don't know, because then they're just playing Farron on the next turn, and you still just have a...
You have the
3-2
same
goat that's dying.
problem. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this.
Not bad. I don't think it's going to matter too much, though.
Yeah.
You probably just heal the goat up right away.
I think so. Don't play into Scorched. I mean, you probably... I don't know if you have a read they don't have it. Some of them might save it for a flash bomb or something, so I think you can just gem.
Yeah, if they top deck it, I don't want to give them the option of having it. Is like the real thing. Plus, it means you can kill the Farron on the open with a sharp sight.
Let's investigate.
Okay, so we can sharp sight kill a Farron. Could kill a Caitlyn as well. Blocking a lot less damage going to 4. Oh, so I imagine maybe we'll be going for a single line here.
Mm-hmm. I think it has to be a single combat line in this position. And I like this because it stops the Caitlyn from attacking, which stops her from shuffling flash bomb traps and is going to keep her from leveling up. Sometimes, because of the way these flash bomb traps work out, the Caitlyn timing, the level up timing happens, and she's got like a 4 damage sniper swing coming at you, and it's super scary.
Yeah, second Yuumi in the hand, not looking too hot at all. This is, some of the hand states for Pantheon do look like this, where you just don't have the key cards that you need. Another reason why Camphor would be sick in the list, it would be giving you something to do. Zenith Blade being picked up, not going to be very helpful at this point.
Does look like we're considering adjusting the blocks here.
Yeah, you want to stop the traps, and it stops an extra point of damage.
Mm-hmm. And here comes the single combat.
So, only going down to 12, but just so many cards in the hand of Xristo. 2 of them being decimates, so effectively at 4. And then we do see that Xrito's only 1 point short, and Ezreal in the hand, still sitting at 4 out of 6. But that is going to provide some extra over-the-top burn. Caitlyn sitting on 3 out of 5, so with these flash bombs, could level pretty soon here. If you... Yeah, I don't think you want to commit the Sharp Sight, because that could be used to kill an Ezreal.
The world's a big place. Let's see all of it.
And you probably just jam, yeah, one of the decimates here, don't burn any mana.
Yep. I like this a lot from the side of Xristo. Just going to take it slow and steady. Continue working towards this end game goal of reducing your opponent's Nexus HP to 0.
Wow, this is a terrible hand, Monte.
Yeah.
Like, this hand, like, couldn't... The only way this hand is worse is if Yuumi is a spell. It is.
Pantheon has... Have you
so
ever
bad.
drawn a literal unplayable hand in
Oh,
Pantheon?
yeah. Yeah, it's like made me not... I mean, I see people putting up big numbers, but I hate the feeling of my draw is so bad I can't do anything.
Yeah, I think it's bad. I don't know. Like, the odds of actually drawing such a bad hand like that are so slim, but
Yeah.
when it does happen, it feels horrendous. And it
Yeah.
makes me reconsider everything I know about mulligans.
It's like, just keep something that's playable.
Yeah.
Because of what could happen.
And here we're going to see the Yuumi being targeted. Going to help level up the Ezreal. And now, an Aloof Travelers is an option. See if it makes a show.
I mean, I guess you can heal with Gem here to not lose to Flock. Yeah. And then maybe you stack a Zenith on it? Oh. Just to kill the Ezreal, and then you go for Concerted?
Yeah, I guess you have to try this.
Yeah.
I don't know. This doesn't feel good.
No.
It does go through, but that's because Xristo's got another Ezreal here.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
That's, yeah, that's the emote you want to be picking there. Oh, Xristo BMing with the nervous Caitlyn. I think you're safe at 1 mana, Xristo. I think you're probably going to get this one. Yeah, you can take the hit.
I think you might be alright here. I haven't seen the art on this For Glory card yet.
It's an awesome day for progress.
It's kind of... I guess you guys can't see it. I keep forgetting that. The options there were For Glory, Assembly Line, and I forget the third one. But Assembly Line was the most correct, once again. Caitlyn level up going to come through here.
As they say, mix perfect.
Caitlyn, level up, leveled as lot of damage, no strike spells. Ratio plus L plus Pantheon's not even good? Question mark?
I think that's a stretch, but it does look like Ferretto is going to be able to take the advantage in this matchup. Found plenty of champions, was able to make it work, and Lunari unfortunately just had a terrible hand. But that concludes our semifinals, making our finalists Ferretto and just some bad Juju. Juju's been undefeated still.
Yeah, let's see if Juju can keep the pain train rolling. Give a couple minutes to our competitors as we get ready to hop into the finals. We should do a review of the decks before we jump in. I will pull up Juju's decks, Monte.
Right. We'll get them up as well, just so we can walk all of our lovely viewers through them and point out anything that we might discover, we might find interesting.
Okay, wow, yep, I actually have them in this time ready to go. So we've got this Pantheon Yumi list on the side of Juju has been doing work. No Camphor, which would be the What Am I tech, but we've got the Bastion and no Taric as well, just all in on that classic standard list. Next, we've got the Fizz Aphelios deck here with the Papercraft and a Rainbow Fish. Monte and I are big fans of this deck. Very fun to see played. A lot of decision points to be made. And then, of course, nobody else is doing it but Juju. We've got the Targon Peak Spice that has been clinching wins left and right.
Yeah, it's been a really great deck to watch being played, and Juju's piloted it very, very well. Even includes some of that new card, Celestial Wonder, which people were kind of expecting would be quite good in this list. Turns out a couple of fast speed stuns for 5 mana really helps with your stall plan.
And then looking at the decks on Ferretto's side, we have got the Caitlyn Ezreal, which we just saw, with the Tri-Beam, 2 of Aloof, 2 Farron. A somewhat standard list. I like the Culling Strike inclusion, very good into Aphelios. We've got the PNZ Aphelios Zoe pile, only 1 Submersible. On the Priestess, though, which I like, a little bit more value there. Aftershock from the Sundisk days, sort of left over. And then Victor Lee Sin, a deck that a lot of people have been enjoying, seeing success with. I can't count myself among them. Just was not drawing the Victor, I guess, when I was playing, and not used to that Lee Sin style of gameplay. But
yeah, me neither. It's a tricky one to pilot, to be sure. I liked it a lot more when I swapped it out to put buy in. I put in stuff like Pharaoh's Financiers, and I played it more mid-rangey. That felt okay to me, but this Victor Lee Sin, Eye of the Dragon deck that people have been on, I just can't do it. There's a reason I never played traditional Lee Sin.
yeah, you and me both, Monte. I learned my lesson playing Lee Sin. Looks like just a couple minutes here left to get the match underway. I will let the players know that we're ready to go.
Good shout.
We want to shout out again Community.io for sponsoring this tournament series, the Road to Seasonals, partnering with Mastering Runeterra, helping with the prize money, helping with the organization of the tournament. And it's a great opportunity for any of you who are interested in upping your game before the seasonals, brushing up on your tournament metas. And you can join by becoming a member of the Patreon at Mastering Runeterra or a paying member on the website. I've done it. Definitely going to be playing in some more of these. It's a good time. So if you're watching and like it, you can dip your toe in yourself.
And as an added benefit, you also get access to all of the premium articles like my deck guides and Card Gamer's deck guides on the website. And there's all sorts of other articles there for your reading pleasure, as well as you get access to the private sections of the Discord server. There's a couple different things that you can do in there, like Ask a Pro, or even join the team calls. And it looks like these players are starting up. They're probably just going through the ban phase. We'll see what they do end up settling on. And Sqweeby, if you had to ban something from each side, what would you ban?
Okay, I think as Juju, you probably have to ban out the Ezreal Kate list because of Scorched into Peak.
Yeah.
I think that might just be like too game breaking.
I think so.
And we see the first match happening here is Aphelios versus Victor Lee. This is probably a matchup I would give Victor Lee the edge to, because you don't have great ways to remove, like, singular units that are champions that get big. Like, it's really hard for this Aphelios deck to remove a Victor.
Doesn't need to, though. It can just stun it infinitely every time it wants to attack, and then set up a super wide board super quickly, right?
There's denies and there's nopifies and stuff. I think there are some counterplay options.
Yeah, there are some, but this we were talking about how this Victor Lee deck can struggle to set up an early board and how it doesn't have many units. And Ferretto's going, well, it doesn't matter if you don't have many when you draw 2 Eye of the Dragons to start. But Juju definitely had a very good chance at setting up a 6-wide board very quickly and pushing some early damage before transitioning into that Fizz win condition that we've seen him master.
I like playing the Fae out there. I guess you can bank full as well for a Aphelios weapon, but you could be getting 1 extra damage on the Lantern, and also if you draw into a Fae on this turn, you would have, 2 units out being able to be played. Not the biggest deal in the world, though. It probably does feel good to bank some of that spell mana. And are we going to see... Don't think we're going to see a Dragonling, being summoned this turn.
Yeah, no need. Still at full HP. Victor going to come down here. So Alcat enables the Aphelios.
Yeah, there is 1 Wallop in the list. I get that. That's a good stall tool. 2 Flame Spitter being main decked. I like that. But yeah, this Victor could be an issue for Juju. We will see. No protection in hand, though, in terms of Twin or anything. So if a Calibrum is gone for...
wow!
Wow, that's
That
nuts.
hit elusive.
Gamer. That is big.
That's definitely going to put a fork in... It's definitely going to stop Juju up and trip him.
Yeah, you kind of need Rainbow Fish to contest it, I think. Opting to go for a wide game plan. I kind of would have liked to see Eye of the Dragon shot, I think, first.
Ferretto's representing 2 mana, and they have Twin Disciplines pretty regularly here.
But they have to commit, right? Like, you could just pass. You can take the Calibrum and then just pass, and then they have to either, like, pre-commit Twin, which is super weird if they want to get a Dragonling, or just...
They don't need a Dragonling. They're still at full HP.
Well, they're getting one now.
Yeah. Because they went for the Mystic Shot to remove the...
I think I would have shot it.
I don't know. I think if you go to shoot it, it doesn't feel good. You can just open your next turn with it.
Because them getting a Dragonling, it's not that they're at 20, it just makes your swing really bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think I would have shot it. I mean, that's the cool thing about Aphelios. You can play it a bunch of different ways. Now doing a test here, although we do see the deny in hand, but it would be a pretty big overcommit to play the deny here just to save an eye, especially when we have a second one in hand.
The second Eye of the Dragon is something I imagine we'll see come down towards the end of this turn.
Double Fizz Rally in hand, though, Monte. Some cheeky lethals maybe could be found at some point.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Trixie Trenicles is another good pickup from the side of Juju. It hits some pretty good stuff in this list. Just need to see him play out the Poro and the Victor first.
Yeah, once Hexcore and Poro are out of hand, you're hitting a lot of good stuff, and you're already at a pretty big card advantage. You can also, like, chump block this Victor out with Fizz. The worst things for it to get would be something like Overwhelm or Scout or something like that. Fearsome would be funny. Then Fizz can't block.
Fearsome is definitely funny. Hexcore comes out. We'll see what it gets now.
Fury, decent.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Not faded.
The Fizz is just gonna feed the Victor from now on. Anytime the chump block comes out, it's gonna end up killing the unit and growing the Victor. What is the option here, though? Can't go Trixie Tentacles. You can't go Gravitum. Does go for the Gravitum. Does this level the Aphelios? Not quite. 3 out of 4.
May clarity reigns, Phil.
And for those of you just tuning in, this is the finals of the $100 Community IO and MR tournament. We've got Juju, who's currently sitting at 5-0, and Foretto, I believe, at 4-1. And they're playing for first and second place. Both are getting prizing. And we see the Eye of the Dragon being discarded there with the Trixie. That's gotta feel good, because the rest of Foretto's hand, not too hot right now, and a lot of value in the form of Aphelios on the board.
Again, Star Chart or Scrap Heap.
I must see how
Opted for the
You're gonna
Star
catch
Chart.
me.
Quicken could have been used to chump block this turn by recalling your Fizz.
Oh, Scrap Heap was an option?
Yeah.
I think you take Scrap, because you can buff your whole board, right? There's just like a lot of crazy mech units you can hit.
Yeah.
That are,
there
and
some
you've
good
already
mech units.
discarded an Eye. That would be like the main reason is you want to get like an Equinox, maybe a stun. I guess a stun, but you can always hit Gravitums. I think I would have liked to see a Scrap Heap taken there.
Yeah, I think I gotta agree with you, Squeebs.
Oh yeah, this Pale Cascade is looking nasty. So, gonna force out a
this-
stun here from Foretto, right?
Will, and unfortunately it's gonna go through. No trinket trade. I mean, we'll see if Foretto just decides not to get punished and let them just be okay with this.
Whoa!
That's the power of Fizz, baby.
Gamer move!
Dude, you go to
Gamer
Monte.
move. Looking for the twin? Didn't hit the twin. Wow. I take back what I said about this deck not able to remove big units. Can you imagine if it had Quick Attack or something there instead of Fury? Not this
Yeah.
universe, Monte. So,
Not
is
this
able
one.
to remove the Victor. That's massive, because I do think that this deck often has a hard time doing that, and with 2 more Fizz in the hand, you know, Juju has all the options in the world here to go super wide. Doesn't have Rainbow Fish to start stacking Elusive, but that's alright, because a leveled Aphelios isn't too shabby, and you can just start to pick apart Foretto's board.
You certainly can, Sqweeby. This Aphelios is going to generate so much value for Juju here. Now that he's leveled up, he gets weapons, and they only cost 1 mana, which is crazy. He's also picked up this Assistant Librarian, which you can use to start drawing more low-cost spells out of his deck. If he couples it with an Infernum or one of those Rainbow Fish that you were mentioning earlier.
Crescendo.
Quick Quill, not the unit you want to see in this position.
Yeah, not great. Opting to not attach it either.
Well, you can't. It was Crescendum, right?
Oh, Crescendum. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Embrace.
I think this would have been a great turn for Fizz Rally. At least to attempt it.
I agree.
But into the Deny deck, maybe not the best line.
Maybe you just commit Flame Spitter here. Yeah, I like it. Has no protection, too. Just, like, full sending it.
Well, you know there's no protection, right? Because the Victor died.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, for the Quick Quill. Like, if there is a second Mystic or something.
Portals.
Could be removed. Killing one of the Poros. Gonna take that Gravitum.
And this is really well played by Juju. Very methodical, very in control. Doesn't want to give Foretto an inch. And here comes that. Here comes the Twin Disciplines for Foretto just to taunt him. No,
Oh.
it's like your next attack turn, it shows up. Come on, come on. Where were you when I needed you? Now I don't have units to protect.
I would imagine we see a heal face here just to... Oh, yeah, you can... Yeah, stun. I like making use of the draws. Overwhelm was good. You can put that on the Owlcat, potentially.
I think you just put it on Fizz, right? Maybe.
Yeah, Fizz's works as well. Yeah, Fizz is probably better.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever winning from this position if you're Ferretto, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is...
Open
you're just
attack
winning
comes in
on
for
open.
Juju.
Wow.
You can bomb, but it's not even close to enough.
Juju is a powerhouse today.
Yeah, he's crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. Buy from Arcane, bro. Just show it up every game. Juju knows how much I love that emote and is making good use of it. Run out his taunts. He earned it. He's earned it. He's gone undefeated through Swiss. Hasn't lost in the semis, obviously.
As we wait for the next game, we're going to head back to the caster desk. And Victor Lee, I sleep. Aphelios peak, full attention. And we are back here with the Pantheon playing into the Aphelios Zoe Vi.
This is a pretty good matchup for Pantheon, I think, right? It's not like fantastic, but I think you're more than okay here.
If they can hit Obliterate, I get it could be a little tricky. No Sunburst or anything in the list, though. Also, Hush is a bit problematic. And Equinox. I actually think that the Aphelios versions should be favored.
You think?
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, that's true. Equinox, like you said, can
Equinox
be a big
is
difference
rough.
maker.
Peace is a trail painted with blood.
Equinox is really rough, actually. We will see if Ferretto decides to activate the Aphelios this turn, or if he goes for a different line. Yuumi gonna come down, and that's gonna be turn the Saga Seeker into a major threat.
Yeah, can't get rid of those attach buffs, which is worth noting. But do we see an Equinox option here, Monte?
I missed it. We found a Moonsilver, so I imagine not.
Well, we do see the Aphelios coming down. That's the other reason this matchup is a bit rough, is I don't know if the Saga Seeker's going to be able to attack for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's very true. You can just grab it and lock it. That is the Aphelios special. Makes things very, very frustrating.
You need like a strike spell or something. We do see a single in the hand of Juju, so there is an option to remove this Aphelios, although I think that Gifts from Beyond in hand is a second Aphelios, right, Monte?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So we see the Crescendum being played here. Gonna summon at 2 costs. And also Zoe, you gotta be a little worried. There is no Pale Cascade in hand right now to protect. So the Yumi's projectile could kill the Zoe, although, dang, hitting Traveler is crazy strong.
Yeah, Tiari is a fantastic card to get when you put it in your deck. It's going to be able to buff up this Zoe and potentially keep her safe. Of course, there is the Sharp Sight there, meaning that Juju's going to be able to block her and not have to be too worried about her level up.
I like that swing, though. I think I like putting the 1 HP on her. She's at 3 out of 10, and getting those star charts is valuable. So I don't mind swinging. That would probably be the last time I would swing with Zoe, but you did get out the Sharp Sight, so one less to worry about in the future. We weren't able to grab him, though, the Saga Seeker, so Saga Seeker going to be able to push up Yuumi to 2.
Making use of the Yuumi, removing a chump blocker. I like this.
We'll be free.
Oh, interesting. I might have phased Aphelios, and stunned, but maybe that's an overcommit.
I don't think we need to, right? We can just chump block this.
Yeah,
forever.
Yuumi going to 2 out of 3 is a bit scary, I think. But maybe with the stuns in the future, she just won't get there outside of a Cataclysm or something.
I do like discounting the submersible. It's at 7 out of 10 already, meaning it's gonna get there rather quickly.
Another single combat in the hand of Juju. Yes, you're definitely going to be able to remove this Aphelios here, but the hand is looking very low value right now. You do have 2 draws, thankfully, so you can start to cycle, and currently sitting at 4 out of 5 Pantheon progress, so it is kind of a Pantheon waiting room.
I think we're gonna be more than fine as Juju. Cycle is pretty solid, and he does have this massive unit.
Embrace the night, Aphelios.
Second Aphelios coming down, and we do see a Crescendum picked up.
If you can only feel one thing, Fel, let it be my light.
See what 2-drop comes out of the roulette wheel this time. We're talking about RNG, but this is the real RNG game. It's so disappointing they didn't let it keep Nightfall effects, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it should,
'Cause
personally.
It literally only affects this, and
Yeah.
and what, one other card maybe? I don't even know if there's another card that it affects. So, in this use case, like, when you're playing Aphelios and you don't get it, it's like, why doesn't it? It just doesn't feel good to not get it. And like, it worked that way before, so like, why shouldn't it work this way now? I don't know. I don't think this is the biggest thing to nitpick over, and I think it's perfectly fine either way. But here we see Xristo potentially going in after this 11-6, trying to get it off the board completely.
I like it.
But as you mentioned, Juju has quite a few cycle cards
Oh,
available to him
and the
here.
Panth being picked up is huge. With the attack token coming back to us next turn, now we have an 11-2 as well as a leveled Panth that's going to be able to swing. And I like saving a Gravitum. Oh, it's still stunned. That's yeah, that's right. So good that we're not going to be facing that down this turn. An Archivist being played on the side of Xristo, looking for, I would imagine, a Hush to try to take down this Pantheon.
Mystery.
Found a Pale Cascade and a Star Shaping. That was it. Pale Cascade was the choice. Speaking of Pale Cascade, Pantheon's going to get hit by one and jump back down to Earth. Lifesteal, Quick Attack, Impact, Regen. No Elusive? Elusive as well.
Oh, Elusive is huge. Yeah, there's no Elusive on that Shadestalker. Drawing for not enough mana to cast Hush or anything. Yeah, Elusive is massive. Playing
Third
Submersible.
Aphelios.
That's good. Yeah, wow.
I don't know what you want to see if you're Juju in this, or Xristo in this spot. Juju's got to be upset by it, though.
The moon rises.
Yeah, that's a lot of Aphelios, all in the top 14 of the deck. Going to be able to pick up a Gravitum here, Stunlock the 13 for yet again, and Pantheon not going to be able to get through this Submersible. Although if there is a swing from Xristo, there is the Pale Cascade option still available to Juju.
Which do you pick here? Infernum or Crescendum? Are you trying to end the game yourself at some point? I think it's Crescendum still. I think you just need more
You
units.
have a lot of units in hand, though. I think I go for Infernum and I put it on the 5/5.
Yeah, that's not a bad call.
Yeah.
Gravitas.
So you can swing with it, and then you're killing through. Oh, but you're not gonna. Oh yeah, you can play it, right? If you play Dusk Petal, or if you
Nope.
play. No, because you're leveled, so it's only
Oh,
one,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there we go.
Shouldn't we have played a unit then? Instead of just
We
wasting
we
it?
could have played a 2/1. Yeah. We could have played Duskbringer.
Oh wait, no, we can't, because if there is a strike spell, we're giving priority, and then we can't cast it for one anymore.
Oh, I see. Yeah, true. Heads up then. Heads up play by Ferretto there. And yeah, you can't really block this.
Nope.
And there is quick attack though, so Juju's going to be able to swing back. And I think you probably put the Zenith, yeah, on the White Flame, just because this 13-4 is getting stunned into oblivion. You kind of want to create another follower that they have to stun.
Agree. Juju has decided to save it for Daybreak, I guess.
But yeah, if there was an Obliterate here, like from a Priestess, I think that Ferretto would be in a great spot. Obviously a Hush as well, but with the current state, I think Juju has the edge here.
I think so too.
Aloof Travelers, not going to hit anything too crazy. Okay, yeah, probably just going to hit the third Zenith here, or second Zenith.
Most likely. There's not much else in the deck that's higher costed at this point. Rally.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Hits that.
Took the Zenith over the White Flame.
You can draw for rallies and stuff like that this turn. I don't hate that play.
You could just start by taking your Pantheon attack, I think.
Yeah,
and then
do a Hush check.
In response.
Finding your own Hush.
Yeah. Now I think you just open Hush, right?
I don't think so, because then it could still block the 4/6, and you're not pushing enough for lethal. So I think you save it for one turn.
Maybe.
I don't hate saving it for one turn.
I don't hate saving it either. Something somehow threatens your Pantheon.
Yeah.
There are Sunblessed Vigors. Sunblessed Vigor plus Pale Cascade means that it could be threatened. We haven't seen one played out. And there's 2 Pale Cascades in the hand, so it's kind of a heads-up play.
Oh, we had Star Shaping in hand this whole time?
We just drew into it.
Oh, we just drew it? Okay. Unfortunate. Otherwise, we could have played Star... Although we don't have a Celestial, so the Obliterate would not be triggered at this point.
Opens before us.
I don't think this has gotten out of control for Ferretto just yet. Does have options to continue staying in this game for now.
So many cards in hand. I mean, you need to if you pick up a Hush, I think the calculus changes a lot. And now I might be inclined to stunlock the White Flame with Overwhelm, and it's fine if Yuumi levels.
I think so.
Upon our return.
At this point, they only have the one Overwhelm unit plus the Pantheon. You can't stunlock the Pantheon. You can stunlock the Overwhelm unit, so you go ahead and do that. And then you pray.
I mean, I think you're looking for... I think you're Star Shaping this turn.
Yeah, you have to.
You could Star Shaping next turn, but... I think you do want to know what your options are, and you can hit a few things. Only the... What are the options, Monte?
Cosmic Rays, the Destroyer, and the Scourge, and it was the Scourge pick.
Nice. Yeah, that's the best thing for you there. You can end the next... You can end the game on your next swing, although we do see Hush in the hand of Juju, but that often would be a way you're just able to close out the game. Burning Sketcher is a little bit sad.
Yes, it is. It means that you're going to lose out on a potential challenger unit, which could be quite valuable.
Let's find a new best friend.
Yuumi level up has come through now. But we don't actually have a way to deal with this. Still dead to the Pantheon, though.
Yeah, sitting at 3, if we played the Sharp Sight, would have gone to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Can you improve perfection?
This Hush is going to be big, though.
Yes, it is. And I think here we phase Severum.
Crescendo.
The Hush actually doesn't matter if Ferretto plays the Scourge this turn, because he can just open attack.
Oh, yeah, you definitely just play it this turn. You definitely play it this turn.
Oh, Juju. Oh, Juju. Oh, pal.
Oh no. Is it happening? Playing it this turn is the biggest brain. You gotta do it. I want to see it.
It's really weak to strike spells.
It is. Oh, I
You're
love
weak to
it.
strike spells anyways.
Love it. They're on 2 cards. They never have it. And a play style at full display here.
Nah, it's the correct play every time.
Yeah.
Rado's been really, really heads up in this matchup.
Oh, burning the priestess. That would have been a great card to have a little while ago. Pulling first. I love it. That is going to deny a lot of lifesteal. And wow, that is just a big, big swing here. Also threatening to kill the Panth, and Hush is not going to be enough to save the Pantheon. Very, very low value hand here. Can't give Overwhelm to the 18-7. And looking to take a massive 15 damage here. You have Aftershock, and you have Ignition, and you have
And a Mystic Shot.
And I think you just commit a Pale here, just to push a little bit more damage through.
Yeah, I think we'll see what happens here, but I think you definitely want to commit some stuff at this point.
I think you definitely full block, though. We should be trying to kill the bot, no? Oh, I guess...
I don't know.
No, we want to keep a White Flame alive? Yeah, maybe.
I think you have to do something. Okay.
Okay, now going to a healthy 11.
I think we're supposed to flip the blocks on the goat and the white flame. I don't know. Probably it blocks the same damage, right?
Yeah, this kills the 4/4, so I don't mind this.
Maybe we're supposed to threaten a Aphelios.
Yeah, we don't see stun in hand. Yeah, maybe you do want to kill the Aphelios, huh? It is...
I don't know. It doesn't go through because there's the Mystic Shot and
Well,
the
the
double
Saga,
tail.
though. The Saga block on it could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then you're resetting Yumi as well,
Darkness, light.
so you can put it on the white flame.
Yeah, wait.
Then the Aphelios doesn't die if the Yumi dies, but that's kind of okay.
And then they can't phase Gravitum, because it's third Aphelios.
Yep.
Would that have been enough?
Maybe.
They wouldn't have had this Gravitum. They wouldn't have had it. They would have had Severum only. And... yeah. I think that actually might have been the winning line. Do you play Panth, Monte?
No.
You might want to. That's pretty smart. So, yeah,
Does appear to be a good deck.
Night flowers upon
Yeah,
my blade.
it does appear to be a good deck. I did play a little bit of Panth when I first came out. I enjoyed it for a while, but it gets real old. And then I kept burning hands where I just didn't have...
Pantheon! The top deck!
Oh, so many keywords.
Elusive one time?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yes, it did. It did. It did. It did.
It does. It looks like it does.
It does. It does. Elusive.
Yeah.
Rolling for elusive here on the side of Ferretto. That is third Panth being drawn. Top 20. So not as gross as 3 Aphelios in the top 14, 15. But, I think this is just enough. And the
I think it
win
is.
being stolen back by Juju.
How tragic
Spell
for
shield.
Ferretto.
Oh my gosh.
No god can storm the reckoning.
Looking for... I mean, Hush isn't enough.
Juju pulled, didn't even realize that he...
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think you need to pull.
Yeah.
Because
You
you would
don't.
be losing to guiding here.
Flowers bring the moonlight
Mhm.
with them.
So, tiny. I mean, a little bit of a misplay, but it doesn't matter
Might not
because
have
that's
seen the
enough.
elusive like I
Yeah,
did.
there's a lot
It
of
was-
keywords on there.
Yeah. It was way up at the top of my screen and like cut off of it.
And the
So-
adrenaline must be pumping. And
Yeah.
Juju 6-0.
Wow.
Dominant.
Gaming tonight.
Dominant. We're going to switch back to the caster desk here. And I think this is the player that both Monte and I wanted to interview, the only one to 4-0 the open rounds, and has taken it down over Ferretto to win first place prizing today in the tournament. Actually sick.
Pareto with the Pepe hands in the tournament chat. Yeah, that was a great final series, to be honest. Pareto played that last game so well.
So clean. Like, outside of
maneuvered
Pantheon
everything
there,
perfectly.
that's it. Yeah.
Played around so many things. It was incredible to watch that game, and it was just so tragic that Juju top deck. I mean, it was beautiful, but it was also tragic, and that's the duality of man. It was truly a great final series. We'll see if we can get Juju in here for our winner's interview if he's interested.
I have extended the invitation. He is down. Doesn't know what to say. A little bit bashful. So we'll coach him through it, Monte.
Yep.
Let me...
Okay, we'll just ask some good questions.
I think you have to add and then...
I usually just add them to friends list.
Yeah,
we
that's
can
what
go
I
to the
did.
tournament voice chat over there, though.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to pull up the deck lists for everyone once again,
Good call.
just to get a refresher of the winning lineup today.
It's a pretty good lineup.
We have got the famous, infamous Tarek, or no Tarek actually, sorry, just Pantheon Yumi, where the Pantheons come exactly when you need them.
What's going on?
What's
Yo,
up, Juju?
Juju!
Winner, chicken dinner. How you doing?
Ah, this is a great feeling, I must say, especially with Peak.
You crushed it today.
I hope everyone takes notice of Visiphelios now. Like
Hope so,
that
too.
ridiculous.
I was playing it a little bit on ladder last night and loving it. It's really awesome to see you putting up such good numbers with it today. What do you think is like, why is this deck doing so well right now? What about it is like well positioned for this meta?
I mean, I just don't know how you beat it. Like, you got Fizz, you got Aphelios controlling everything, you can switch at any time. You got Tempo coming out repeatedly with Lantern.
So
Like, it
much
just
value in
wasn't-
that deck.
Yeah, you have like infinite unit generation, and then you're cheating mana. I found Rainbow Fish to just be like nuts, like especially into like what was a quicksand meta,
Yep.
right? It's like, oh, I still have elusive, and Mono Shurima, you don't have any elusive units in your whole deck. Like, good luck blocking it. Okay, you're saving 2 HP, and then like Papercraft on a Fizz is gross. Just like attach is a keyword, extremely strong.
People are still figuring out that Quicksand does not get rid of Attach.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've done some 5-head plays with that. Give the Fizz the Rainbow Fish, and then they can't get rid of the Fizz elusive. It's great.
But the real surprise of the day, I think no one would have expected that Peak would have been winning the tournament. Have you been playing this a lot, testing it out on ladder and stuff, or was this just I like this deck, I'm going to play it, see how we do?
It's mostly an I like this deck. Like, I played it at the beginning of last season a little bit. Had a stupid win rate for no reason. Like, I was unfavored into everything, but it's just a fun deck. And then you get to play She Who Wanders, and they just concede.
Yeah, She Who Wanders is nuts into like just so many decks. Even into, I mean, the Fizz Aphelios deck would not do well into She Who Wanders on turn 6.
That is true.
But yeah, super exciting to see you doing well with this. Every blue moon, there is a tournament player in a fight night or something who spikes with Peak, but I can probably count on the one hand how many times it's happened. So you're in a very honored group of people up there with the Peak. And Pantheon, a lot of people are bringing it. Do you have any tips to players who might want to learn the deck, tricks for the mirror? You know, what is the secret to doing well with this deck?
It's just a good deck. I mean, how do you deal with it? Especially with the bastions and every. It's just a great deck in this meta.
Yeah, word. Were there any moments, like, did you have a favorite moment through your play of the 6 rounds today? Obviously, top decking that third Panth there must feel pretty good in that last game.
Yeah, that saved me. The double concerted. I forget who that was against. But that,
forgot, but that was a really nice play. You did end up. Was that Pareto the first time, maybe?
I thought it might be. It was Victor Lee.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Pareto's the only one on Victor Lee in the tournament, so it might have been him twice.
oh, felt so good.
Do you have
was-
anyone that you've practiced with or that you want to shout out?
Mainly other people just repping Aphelios, like Henneke, Sonicolic. Everyone just bringing the deck. It's a great deck. Like, people need to know about this thing.
Keeping it on the DL. Also, I mean, now that you spiked with it, maybe not so much on the DL, but I'm enjoying my free LP on ladder so far.
Oh,
2 days
yeah.
in a row that it's been spiked in this tournament, right?
Y'all,
It might be the new
Sonic won with
Draven
it last
Scion.
night. Yeah. We'll see.
Sonic won with it yesterday.
Do you have anything for our guest, Monte?
No. I think you covered all of it, Squeebs. I am
Sweet.
pretty burnt at this point. Juju, congratulations. Huge ups for winning today. Sick
mate.
lineup, great games. Love to see it.
It was my pleasure.
Thanks so much. Again, enjoy that first place prize. And thank you to all of you viewers who've stuck through the tournament today. A little bit of a longer one, but it was worth the wait as we saw Juju go undefeated and take it down over Pareto. So that will wrap it up for our cast here today. Happy to be on the desk with Monte, making a valiant return to casting. And shout out to Community Gaming, partnering with Mastering Runeterra to bring you this Road to Seasonal series. A great way to get prepared before the seasonal tournament in, what is it, like 12 days or something? I mean, it's coming up soon, so maybe check it out. Their Patreon and their website. Monte, any final words?
No, just thank you guys all so much for joining us again today. There's so many of you here. I love to see the community come out and support these tournaments. Love to see that you guys are enjoying the broadcast. We hope you're enjoying the tournaments as well, and we hope you come out and compete in some of them. So that way we can get you up on screen and see some of the best players Legends of Runeterra has to offer.
And to see some of those players, you could come back tomorrow because they're running it back again, and the next day, and the next day. Tomorrow is another $100 tournament. I believe Dave Bowe is on the casting table, so definitely tune into that. This is Sqweeby and MonteXristo signing off. Have a great rest of your day.
Good night, guys. Bye.